On May 15, 2015, Jake Millison vanished in Gunnison, Colorado. He had been living at his mother Deborah Rudabar's ranch. At first, Rudabar claimed her son had gone on a trip. His friends continued pressuring the family and police until Rudabar finally filed a missing persons report in August 2015. As police searched for Jake, his sister Stephanie Jackson and brother-in-law David Jackson began selling off his possessions. Investigators soon learned that the Jacksons regularly fought with Jake over who would inherit their mother's ranch. Police obtained a search warrant for the property, discovering Jake's body by a corral. Rudabar, who had recently been diagnosed with cancer, immediately confessed, claiming she shot her son in the house, then moved his body outside on her own. Detectives didn't believe the petite woman could have moved the body alone, especially as she'd had surgery just days before her son's disappearance. Police were convinced that the Jacksons were involved in the murder, but they both denied it. After interviewing David, police bring Stephanie down to the station for a polygraph test and formal questioning.
Can you read English?
Yes.
You right?
Yes.
And please don't take offense. I ask everybody.
No, that's fine,
Okay?
yeah.
All right. I'm going to kind of read this out loud.
My husband does have a hard time. He's dyslexic.
Okay.
Just so you're aware.
Fair enough.
Yes.
We'll work with that. Okay? All right. Are you hearing me okay?
Yes.
All right. So, this is your advisement on rights, okay? This is just your name, your date of birth, place of advisement. We're here in the Gunnison County Sheriff's Office. Today's date, 7/18/17. It's approximately 5:25 p.m. It says you're being held for the investigation of the following. It's a homicide investigation, okay? Before you are asked any questions, it is required that you be advised of your rights as follows. You have the right to remain silent. You do not have to answer any questions if you so choose. Do you understand that?
Yes.
Anything you do say can and will be used against you in a court of law.
Okay.
Can you understand that?
Right.
Okay. You have the right to, consult with an attorney before any questioning, and to have an attorney present during any questioning.
Okay.
All right. If you cannot afford to hire an attorney, one will be appointed by the court to represent you before any questioning.
Okay.
You can decide at any time to exercise these rights and not answer any questions or make any statements until you talk to an attorney.
Okay.
Do you understand each
Yes,
of
I
those?
do.
Do you have any questions about any of that?
No.
Okay. If you understand those, would you please initial those and also mark?
Initial by each one?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
If you have any questions, please ask.
And then, yes.
Okay. Now, under here it says, do you wish to waive your right to remain silent and answer questions at this time? Meaning,
no.
will you talk to me?
Yes, I will. So I hit no or yes?
Go ahead and hit yes if that's what you
Oh,
do.
okay.
You want to talk to me, right?
Yes, I do.
I just want to make sure. Okay. So following up with that, do you wish to have an attorney present during the questioning?
No, not right now, no.
Okay, fair enough.
Yes.
I understand my above rights and am aware of what I am doing. I agree to answer questions. No threats, promises, or coercion have been used against me. I do not want an attorney present.
Not
Do you understand each of those words?
Yes, I do.
A lot of people don't understand what coercion is. I'm not going to
It's how
force
it's
you to
enforced,
talk.
yeah, right.
I'm not going to do anything. You're either going to talk to me or you're not.
Right, right.
Make sense?
Right.
Any questions about that?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, if you agree with that, go ahead and sign and date for
Okay.
me. Uh, 18th, 7th, July 18th.
I'm like,
Yeah, that's all right.
And then time.
And time is now about 5:27.
Okay.
Sign it as well. All right. All right. This is basically a consent form, a
Okay.
release form. And what we're doing is we're asking for your permission or your consent to do the examination.
Okay.
Okay. So up here again, Colorado State Patrol, polygraph examination release, your name, date of examination, the case number. And it says, I, Steph Jackson, the examinee, representing that I am in good mental and physical condition, and that I know of no mental or physical condition which might be impaired by the polygraph interview and or examination, do hereby voluntarily agree to be interviewed and or be given a polygraph examination which is to be conducted.
Okay.
Do you understand that?
I do. The only thing I said is my anxiety is the only mental thing that
We're going to talk about that.
Okay.
Okay. So I'm here to get you through that.
Okay.
Okay. All right. In agreeing to this examination, I do so of my own free will, with no force, duress, or undue influence being exercised by anyone. Nor have I been given any promise of any reward or consideration of any kind for my cooperation in agreeing to do this examination. Agree with that?
Yep.
No one's promised you
No.
anything like that.
No.
Correct?
Correct.
Okay. In consideration of the foregoing, I absolve the state of Colorado and its agents, together with Investigator Tyler Tobias, that's who I am, who is to conduct this examination, and the agency named above from any and all liability or damage which may result from the examination. Do you understand that?
Yes, I do.
Any questions about that?
No.
It says, therefore, I have signed my name as my agreement with the release provisions stated above. All right? If you agree with that, go ahead and sign the date.
Not very slowly. That's okay. What is it now?
Oh, the time now is 5:30.
On the dot. And then it's the
That's
18th.
7:18. Yep.
I am not good with what day it is.
Oh, that's all right. I
Usually,
too. That's why I wear a watch.
Usually in the summer, it's like it doesn't matter. Kid doesn't go to school, you know?
Sure.
It's like, is it Monday? Oh, it doesn't matter.
So you had mentioned that you have anxiety.
I do.
Okay. Do you take any medications for that? Or anything?
They had given me at the hospital last night, because I ended up at the hospital. They had given me some, I think it was Xanax. Might not have been that exact name. But I don't
like
take it on
an antidepressant pill?
Well, like an anti-anxiety pill, because I was having a panic attack.
And then the hospital gave that to you last night?
Yes. And they gave me a prescription for, I want to say it's Xanax, but I think they gave me the generic version, and I took one this morning.
Okay. Do you know about what time you took that?
I'd say maybe noon, because that's when I went in to fill it, so it would have been right around that time.
And how often are you supposed to take that?
Every 6 hours.
Okay. Noon was the last time you took it?
I believe so, yes. Noon or maybe slightly after, thereabouts.
How are you feeling right now?
I'm okay.
Okay.
I'm a little upset, but I'm okay.
Okay. Excuse me. All right. So there's just some things, some other forms here, or stuff that I'm going to fill out on the computer as we're going. Okay. Let me get the right form up here. Just a second. Steph, what is your address? Mm-hmm.
It's Tarleton, Colorado. Slightly different from there.
Yep. You know, I used to live here in Gunnison many moons ago,
Oh, yeah.
but there's a lot of stuff I forgot where things are at. All right. You don't, by chance, know your driver's license number, do you?
Not a clue, sorry.
That's all right. What's your social security number, your date of birth? I'm sorry, I don't have it in front of me again.
5.
So that puts you at, let's see here, how old am I?
I'm 33.
How tall are you?
5'2".
Is that every day or just good days?
That's pretty much every day. Boots maybe 5'3".
There you go. Cool. You get razzed about your height?
I do.
I do all the time.
I'm short.
Yeah.
Not as much tall.
Yeah.
That's all right.
Yeah. Well, they say good things come in short packages, right?
Well, yeah, I hope so.
Yeah. Yeah.
My kid, he's 9 and he's like up to here. I'm just like, oh God, no, like maybe another year and he's
How many kids you have?
just one.
Just one?
Yeah.
How old is he?
He's 9.
9. And he's how tall?
He's like right
Right up the shoulder, huh? He's
Yeah.
almost got mom.
He's almost got grandma too.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Really?
I'm like, no, what are you doing?
Fair enough. What's your current weight?
I want to say it's like 130.
Okay.
I don't weigh myself.
Okay. All right. And what color of hair do you go by?
Blonde.
And is it blue?
Blue.
That's right.
In the blonde wishful thinking.
All right. Where were you born?
Denver, Colorado.
You in a little hospital?
Oh God.
I'm just curious.
St. Joseph's, I think.
Yeah. St. Joe's?
St. Joe's.
Yeah.
And that's the only reason I remember that is because my son was born in the same hospital.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't remember much, obviously, about being born, but
Right.
my mom was always like, you were born in St. Joe's. I'm
Yeah.
like, oh, okay. So, yeah.
Anyway.
Exactly.
It's a great hospital.
Exactly. All right. You're currently married, right?
Yes.
First time?
Yes.
Okay. And you say, so how long have you been married?
14 years,
Oh,
almost.
great. Good for you.
Thank you.
All right. 14 years. You have one son.
One son.
What's his name? Okay. And you say he's 9 years old, right?
Yes.
Nice. Any other family or anything like that?
My mom.
Okay.
We call him my brother-in-law, but it's my husband's best friend lives with us. They've been friends since they were like 7, so kind of grew up together, and so it's his brother.
Right.
But my dad, and he lives in New Mexico. My stepmom, my mom's grandparents are still living. They're in their 90s. They live in Delta. I've got my uncle and his wife live in Delta. My Aunt Jane lives in Delta.
Sure.
I think I've got family everywhere.
All kinds of family.
Oh, yeah.
Who are you closest to?
Used to be my mom.
Your mom?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I thought so. This is my dad, too.
Deb, is that right?
Yes.
Yeah. Thick or thin, no matter what, she knows what's going on? Sometimes.
We don't always tell her everything, you know.
You guys pretty tight, or what?
Yeah, I thought so.
You thought so?
Until all this happened.
Yeah. What do you mean by that?
Well, I don't know. I didn't know everything she was going through,
Oh, I see.
you know.
Okay.
And she didn't tell me, like, how bad her cancer. I knew she had cancer, you know, and she didn't tell me how bad it was.
Okay. So we'll probably get more into that here in a little bit.
I'm a little upset about that.
Sure. Okay. Tell me your education level.
I got my GED.
Okay. Are you working?
I am self-employed.
Okay. What do you do?
I do trail rides with horses.
Oh, good. So you're like a horse whisperer or what?
I wouldn't call myself that. I'm good with horses.
Oh, yeah.
I'm by no means a whisperer.
All right. How long have you been doing that?
5 years now.
Okay.
I did it though as a child with my stepdad. I started going with him on trail rides when I was like 11. And then once I was 14, I started being able to pay them myself. And I did that until got married and moved out. And that was when I was 19.
Wow.
So then I went and lived in Denver in the real world for a while. Real world. And then worked at Home Depot and decided I didn't like it.
Yeah. So how many horses do you have now?
20?
20.
Thereabouts.
Do each one of them have a name?
Yep.
Can you name them all?
We got Annie, Maggie, Vegas, CJ, Moon, Tonka, Reno, Louie, Dorothy, Black. How many we got? Trigger. I'm trying to think of everybody like by their color.
By the color?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
I said Louie. Clyde. I know I'm missing somebody. Mr. Jack. Maverick. I'm missing someone. Bailey. Belle. Oreo. I'm missing someone.
Well, 20, I'm surprised it's just one.
Rose.
Rose.
Got Rose? I don't know. Okay, I think that's all I can think of right now.
Okay. Steph, have you ever been arrested before?
No.
Okay. You ever been in trouble with the law?
No.
Investigated by the law? Or
No.
anything like that before?
Speeding ticket?
Speeding tickets. You got a heavy foot?
Yeah.
So us troopers are getting you, huh?
Yeah, one time.
One time.
And my friend jinxed me because I had bought a new car and it had a Hemi in it, you know, and I tried to be good and try to pay attention. And he said, how many times have you gotten stopped in that thing? I'm like, none. And then literally like a week later, I got stopped because I was talking and I wasn't focused on my driving. And I was like, oh. I told him, I was like, I was not paying attention, it's my bad.
Sure.
You know, there's no point in lying. I was like, I was going fast, I guess.
Sure.
You know?
What research have you done about polygraph?
No, none.
No?
Really.
When were you asked about doing a polygraph?
Yesterday.
Yesterday.
Yeah.
You didn't do any research on
No.
that research, talk to anybody?
No.
Nothing like that?
No.
What do you know about polygraph?
Oh.
You said earlier about TV or something.
Yeah, just, you know, they do use it on TV when they're trying to talk to people and stuff. That's really all I know about it. I've never really been around it. Sure.
Fair enough. Do you think everything you see on TV is accurate?
No.
Okay. I just was trying to see
No.
where get in your mind I got to send you, okay?
Yeah, no. Very little is probably accurate.
Sure. Let's see here. How would you describe your physical condition right now?
I'm okay.
You okay?
I mean, I'm not having a panic attack, and I'm okay.
Do you have any other medical issues?
No. Allergies, that's about it. I'm pretty healthy.
Okay. What about any previous injuries of anything?
Just horse stuff, you know, silly things. I hurt my back frequently. You know, just the horses and working with them and stuff. I'm trying to think of the most recent thing that's actually happened. Yeah, I don't get hurt often. I did pick up a bag of soil 2 days ago when I tweaked my back wrong. I think that's how you can tell you're getting old.
Okay.
I've gotten kicked by horses.
Are you in any pain at all right now?
My back hurts a little bit from that picking up thing, but I'm not. I'm okay.
You picked up something wrong?
A bag of soil, when I twisted to go move it, it like tweaked my back. And it's like, you know, they do a scale on the doctor from like, is it 1 to 10? It's like a 2. It's just,
okay.
It's like nothing. It's getting better.
When was that?
Day before yesterday.
So 2 days ago?
Yeah, something like that.
About that?
Yeah.
Okay. Let me ask you this. Is that going to cause problems sitting down for
I don't think so.
a period of time? You got to get up, stretch?
I might have to get up and stretch a little bit if it takes too long, but I'm okay so far.
Okay. How long do you think you can sit down without having to stretch?
45 minutes.
45 minutes to an hour?
Yeah.
Okay, fair enough. So we can do that.
Okay.
And we're talking. The reason I ask you all these different questions is, you know, I'm trying to make sure that you're not just physically here, okay? I'm trying to determine what we call as a suitable candidate. You're a fit candidate. So, you know, that you mentally and physically can go forth doing this examination. Does that make sense?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. So if you got to stand up, that's cool. You know, whatever. Just let me know.
Okay.
I just want to know that, you know, when it comes to the testing time, and we'll get more into this a little bit later, but will you be able to sit still without moving for about maybe 10 minutes at a time?
I think so.
Yeah.
Yeah, as long as I get pee again first.
Do what?
As long as I can pee again before
Oh,
I do
yeah,
that.
absolutely, yeah.
I would think I'd be okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm just curious with your back or anything.
Yeah, it's like I said, it's okay. It's
fair enough. Cool.
kind of just there at this point. Like, I can feel if I move wrong, but it's not like it was 2 days ago.
Okay. So normally, have you had any major injuries or surgeries within the last 6 months?
No.
Okay. Your discomfort right now level, you're okay?
I'm okay.
Okay. Are you pregnant?
No.
Okay.
Pretty.
When's the last time you ate?
I had coffee a while ago. I haven't eaten much today.
Okay.
I just haven't felt good.
Okay.
Like, my stomach's been rushed.
When do you think was the last time you ate food?
This morning, I think I ate a sandwich. But I haven't really been hungry since then. But I did drink some coffee. Sometimes that makes me not hungry. Which is probably why I need to pee so often.
Okay. I don't know your normal eating habits and routine and stuff like that. We're going to be here a while.
Right.
Is that going to cause any problem with you? Any nauseousness, hunger issues, or?
I don't think so. I mean, if I do start to get hungry, I will definitely let you know.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do you have any special diets, special needs, anything
No.
like that? Okay, fair enough. When's the last time you went to bed?
Last night,
Okay, about what time do you think?
didn't sleep well. Didn't get home from the hospital until like 10. I probably didn't go to bed, I was kind of wired till 1 in the morning, and then I got up at like 6. And I wouldn't say it was a restful night, to be honest.
You went to bed around 10, you think?
I think it was like 1.
Oh, 1.
1,
okay.
yeah.
So you got maybe 5 hours of sleep?
Yeah.
Are you sleepy right now?
No,
Okay, pretty alert?
I think so, yeah.
Okay. Have you ever been a patient in a mental hospital?
Yes.
Okay. Explain that to me, would you?
I'm trying to think how old I was. 20, 21, something like that. Dave and I were having some trouble, some marital problems, and I decided it was a good idea to try to kill myself.
Okay.
So instead of doing that, I went to the hospital, and then they admitted me, to a ward for about 3 days.
Okay. How did you try to do that?
Cut my wrist.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. And I know sometimes they're difficult, but it could become relevant. So I'd rather just get things out in the open.
Yeah, right.
You know what I mean?
No, that's fine.
Okay.
I'm not going to judge you
on any of that sort of stuff.
Yeah, I did it a long time ago.
Okay. All right. Have you had any other thoughts or about doing that again?
No.
No? Any other attempts?
No.
No? You good with everything?
I'm good.
Yeah. How's your guys' marriage now?
Good.
Yeah.
We're solid, yeah.
Good. Excellent. All right. Okay. And have you ever seen a psychologist?
Yes.
You saw one at that time?
Yes. The only other time I had even any depression or anything was I had postpartum depression right after I had my son.
Okay.
And I went and saw a psychologist for that. And like in between the time that I tried to commit suicide, in between the time I had him, I was really like all over the place. And they diagnosed me with bipolar disorder. But then I figured out once I got off my birth control pills, everything was fine.
Okay.
So it was like birth control pills were actually causing this.
All
my symptoms.
Okay.
Yeah.
So they did diagnose you with that?
They did, but then I went back later, and they said, we think it was the birth control pills.
Okay.
So I went and saw a different person.
So do you take any meds for that now?
No.
Okay. How long ago was that?
God, I haven't been on birth control or anything like that since before my son was born, so like 10 years.
Okay.
Yeah. Because I learned, you know what, they obviously don't agree with me, so
okay.
There's no point in this.
All right. Have you ever seen a psychiatrist?
Just around that time, I saw a psychiatrist and a psychologist around the same time when all that was going on with the postpartum depression and all that.
Okay. Okay. Are you aware of any physical factors that would interfere with us doing this test?
I don't think so.
What about any other emotional factors?
Just the anxiety.
Just your anxiety?
Yeah.
Okay, fair enough. Any other mental factors that you're thinking of right now?
No.
Okay, fair enough.
I'm a little all over the place, but I've had a lot to handle in the last 24 hours,
Sure.
so.
Do you have any, are you aware or know of if you have any heart conditions?
No, but when I was an infant, I was 3 months premature, and they had to go in and open up a valve in between my lung and my heart.
Mm-hmm.
And so I have had heart surgery,
Okay.
but it's, as far as I know, I've had
Just at birth, more or less?
birth, right? And then,
sorry, go ahead.
I don't believe that they've never said anything about, the only thing I had was a child with asthma after that. And
Okay.
I've pretty much come out of that. So.
Okay, all right. So, other than that, no known heart conditions?
No.
Or anything
I don't
like
think
that?
so, no.
Okay.
I don't honestly go to the doctor on the regular, but...
Okay.
I sit weird, my foot's gonna go to sleep.
Oh, you're fine. What about your blood pressure? Is it high or low?
When I was a child, it was high.
Okay.
I was at the hospital last night, and they didn't say anything about it being high.
Okay.
So. God, that thunder's going.
So you believe it's normal? And I don't want to put words in your mouth.
Right. I think it's normal. As far as I know, it is, yes.
Okay. All right. Do you have any communicable diseases?
No.
Do you have any seizures?
No.
Okay. Question here was back pain. We already talked about that. I'm just taking the notes on that as well. Okay.
Right.
When's the last time you consumed alcohol?
Maybe a week and a half ago.
Okay. Now, I'm not here to jam you up on any means at all. When's the last time you used any drug, whether that be legal or illegal? You told me you took
3 days ago.
Okay.
The Xanax stuff I took this morning, and then, afternoon I guess is what it would be, and then I smoked it part of a joint like 2 or 3 days ago.
Okay. Two to 3 days ago?
Yeah, I can't remember exactly what day.
Okay. Anything else?
No.
Anything else I should know about or be aware of or anything like that? Reference your health or
I don't think so.
emotional factors or any of that sort of stuff?
I mean,
this covers a big portion, but there might be other things.
Right. I mean, like I said, I got anxiety, and I'm always a little bit on edge, just naturally. I'm a worrier, but other than that, not really anything. I don't.
Steph, if you weren't a little worked up, I guess.
Oh, yeah, it's weird. Yeah.
I'm kind of wondering, hey, why? What's this?
I had a bad couple days.
Sure. Okay.
Trying to process everything.
Right. Again, I just want to let you know where we're coming from here. So,
right.
My role here is to conduct a fair and impartial examination on your behalf. Okay. Obviously, I'm going to be taking some notes and documenting a report of everything. Okay.
Right.
But the way I look, I've been around the block, almost 23 years. I know I look young, okay? But reality is, you come into this room, you're either going to tell me the truth or you're not.
Right, yeah.
Okay?
That's true.
And I hope it's going to be the truth, okay? And right now, you're the only person that's going to know that.
Right.
Okay? Well, when we're done, I can assure you there's going to be two people that's going to know whether you tell the truth or not.
Right.
Does that make sense?
Yes.
Okay. But before we get there, again, it's just one of those things. I'm just here to report the facts of whatever you're going to do.
Right.
Okay? Does that make sense?
Yes.
All right? So, I need to talk to you about a few things so we kind of know what's going on and stuff like that. But let me kind of explain how this all comes about. All right? Have you ever studied physiology?
Not really, no.
Do you know what that is?
Isn't it like the way your body reacts to things?
Yeah, more or less, in generic sense. It's all these different things going on inside of us. Okay. Now, again, by all means, at any point, I don't want to put words in your mouth. So if I say something and you disagree or it's misspoken or whatever, you have my permission to correct me. Okay. Does that make sense?
Yes.
All right. And I guess while we're on that same path there, sometimes in my mind, I think real fast, and in order to catch up with my speech, I take two words and I combine them and I make up my whole new word, okay, or whatever, all right? Sometimes that confuses people. My wife is always teasing me about that. Yeah, exactly, right? So, you know, if I'm confusing you for whatever I say, just tell me, all right? I mean, I'm used to that, all right? Okay. So, would you agree with me, our body is built very complex. We have all kinds of different things happening internally.
Right.
Okay. And we have numerous different types of systems that's going on, right? Would you agree with me there are some things that you have control to do over your body? Would you agree with me there's some things you have no control over? Okay. So, a polygraph comes through basically, we're looking at your physiological responses, and those come from a variety of different things. Okay, usually the source of the root of three different things. Okay, one of those is biological. Basically, have you heard of flight, or freeze? Okay, what do you understand of that principle?
Horses do that.
Okay.
Sometimes, you know, if they're scared or in a scary situation, some horses will freeze. But other horses will take off.
They're flee.
Right, flee. It's the whole prey response.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right, exactly. Do you like snakes?
They don't bother me.
They don't bother you. Cool. All right. So you're going to understand my analogy, all right? And this is just one way to explain this a little bit, but I don't like snakes. I absolutely hate snakes, okay? So let's say there's a hole in the wall, and this thing is slithering towards the two of us, all right? What are you going to do?
I guess it depends on what the snake looks like.
Oh, okay.
If it looks...
It's just a big, long snake. I don't know.
Okay, if it looks like a garter snake, I'm probably totally fine with that. It's got a rattle on the end of it, I might be acting the same way as you.
Okay. Fair enough. All right. So here's kind of what goes on with that fight, flight, or freeze, all right? I'm gonna try and, you know, not beat a dead horse, more or less, okay? But what happens is we both see this object, okay? We recognize what the object is. Okay. And we then have to perceive what that object is to us.
Right.
It's a perception.
Right.
Okay? Oh, that's a threat to me. To you, maybe not so much, all right? But nonetheless, the body's going to take over in order to get through this situation.
Right.
Okay? For me, I was going to say, hey, look, Tyler, what are you doing here?
You better go out there.
You need to run, okay? You big chicken, get out of here, okay? So, can I just all of a sudden make my legs super strong?
Some people can if they got enough adrenaline.
Okay, that's where the key point right there, adrenaline. But where that adrenaline come from is from this here, that response. Okay?
Right.
I can't just say, hey, I want my legs super strong.
Right.
That just doesn't happen. But what can happen is the body say, hey, Tyler, to get out of here, I'm going to take all the blood I can from your upper extremities, okay? And I'm going to borrow as much as I can. I'm going to leave enough in here to survive, that sort of stuff. But everything I can borrow and take, I'm going to push down to your lower extremities so that you can run harder, longer, faster for a short period of time.
I didn't know that's how adrenaline works. I didn't know that.
Yeah, it's like adrenaline.
Yeah.
Okay, that's kind of what's happening.
Yeah.
But you might have the same, a different response, all right? And you're going to be in a fight response, all right? So it's going to, your body's going to say, hey, Steph, yeah, forget Tyler. He's out of here, all right?
He's okay.
Yeah, exactly, all right? Big chicken, all right? So you're going to say, hey, you don't need to be so strong in your lower body. You need to be strong in your upper body so you can fight and defend. So it's going to do just the opposite. It's going to say, hey, I'm going to take as much blood as I can borrow from your lower extremities and push them in your upper extremities. So you have more blood in your back, arms, chest, stuff like that. Again, fight again. Okay. Hopefully you're going to grab, you know, some hoe or shovel or I don't care what it is. Yeah, exactly. You know, something there to do what you got to do.
If it's a garter snake, I grab it and I go put it outside.
Okay. But when you grab things and you hold on to them, you naturally start to perspire. Okay?
Really?
Yeah. And so when you sweat, that actually creates a gripping sensation.
Oh.
Now, some people say, oh, I'm always sweating. Well, the body knows how to regulate that, whether it can dry it out or increase more.
And like when you stress a little bit, you're going to be a little bit more sweaty or anything else.
So you can start to relate to some of these things.
Yeah.
Freeze principle, you kind of already explained that with your horse thing. You know, thing I like to always say is you know, when my brother and I were young, you know, we didn't want to be like mice. So what we do, we bring a field model into the house, you know, kind of watch mom.
Poor mom.
Yeah, you know, so she'd jump on a piece of furniture, you know, and you know, just kind of stand there and wait for the mouse to go away on its own, right?
Yeah.
Right. And then, you know, of course, we suffer consequences. But, you know, it's kind of funny at the time. Yeah. You know, that's her way of survival.
Hey, she would have a full panic. And then,
exactly.
Right.
But internally, those are things that's just taking place. Those
right.
are all automatic responses.
Right.
Does that make sense?
Yes.
Okay, so another thing we have is called a cognitive response, okay? Do you recall times where maybe you're just vegging out on the couch, maybe you're on a long drive, a long walk, whatever, and then all of a sudden, out of nowhere, it's like a brick just smacks you in the back of your head. Bam! A memory comes that you have not thought about in a long time.
Yeah, it's kind of like a deja vu type thing.
Yeah,
almost. Yeah.
Where did that come from?
Oh yeah,
you know
like certain smells.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Okay, so we sense those things, all right?
Uh-huh.
And so, you know, that certain response, whatever it is, that memory, maybe it causes you to, it's a good memory, so it makes you have a really good belly laugh. You know what I mean? Or maybe it's a little more emotional, you know, brings a tear to your eye, or, you know, maybe it makes you, you know, a little angry, or whatever it may be, okay? But nonetheless, at some point in time, you get your emotions in check, and you're like, gosh, where did that come from? I haven't thought of that for years. You know, that's, again, but I notice every time I think of that, I always react exactly the same way.
Right.
Those are trained built responses. You can't control those. Those are cognitive responses, and they come automatically. Okay. All right? Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Another thing is kind of a behavior thing. Tell me about your upbringing. How were you raised?
Well, the first 8, like, how old was I? 7. I think it was 7 years. We lived in Denver. My mom, my dad, and my brother. And then my parents got divorced. And my dad stayed in Denver. And then my mom actually got remarried fairly soon after they got divorced. And we actually all moved up here. So my dad stayed in Denver, obviously. And so, I mean, we grew up on a ranch. You know, we did ranch kid stuff, I guess. You know, built forts and like, you know, it wasn't a bad childhood.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. Good. Okay.
Yeah.
So what happened when Steph told a fib to mom?
You got yelled at pretty good.
Got yelled at?
Yeah.
Get spanking or anything?
You know, no. They weren't big on spankings.
Okay.
Every now and then, I guess.
There were consequences.
Always, yeah. I mean, I didn't really lie. I never really had to, but it just, you know, you do bad stuff. I get yelled at. It was mostly the grounded, you know, or you're not allowed to go see your friends, which worked for us because we lived so far out. That was actually bad because she wouldn't take us to go see our friends. You know, we weren't, no sleepovers or nothing.
Sure.
Yeah.
Well, so what's the point of the consequences?
To make you learn a lesson.
Okay. Well, yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Make you learn, right?
Right from wrong.
Exactly.
Right.
Hey, this was bad. What you did was wrong.
Right.
Okay?
Right.
Lying is wrong. Okay?
Right.
So that's an instilled kind of a practice.
Right.
You know what I mean? And so sometimes those things come into effect as well. All right. See, all reality, internally, we're like that duck on the water. Or excuse me. I'm going to give an analogy of the duck on the water. Internally, we're that duck under the water. We're paddling like crazy. Okay. We're always like, oh, what's going on inside?
Right.
Outside, sometimes we can actually control our composure, what we kind of look like. And so we're kind of like that duck on top of the water. Does that make sense? So even though we look cool, calm, and collected, internally, man, we're just a mess. You see what I'm saying?
I just like days like that. Anxiety.
Right.
I'm just out here. You don't have anxiety.
So, you know, we have just those different things. Right. And then, you know, some people always ask, well, what about small lies versus big lies? Okay, how does that work with all this stuff? Well,
I would never expect a problem with that.
Right, well, you know, I just put it out there, okay? Yeah. You know, what happens is polygraph doesn't see that. It just...
Right, it doesn't measure...
It's controlling your physiological responses because a lie is a lie, okay? What I'm getting at is, you know, my wife and I, we have a couple of boys, and, you know, when they were young, you know, there really was no family around, and go take them out or take her out or something like that. You know, we didn't have any date nights. You know,
Oh, yeah, I get that.
Okay, so, you know, when we had those opportunities, you know, they're older now, so it's a little bit easier, but, you know, when we had those opportunities, what is she going to do? She's going to go to the bathroom, right?
Yeah.
And she's going to doll herself up as best as she can.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Right. But she's going to come out of the bathroom, she's going to ask me one question for sure.
How do I look?
Absolutely, right?
Do these jeans make my butt look big?
Okay. So, let's say she's not as attractive that particular night as I've seen her in the past.
Right.
What am I going to do?
You can't say she does.
No, I don't have to. I want to go out and just enjoy the evening. Right? Right. But what have I just done?
You did a white lie.
A white lie.
Yeah.
Okay. Sometimes little Johnny, little Susie comes up and says, hey, whatever the question is. Okay. And sometimes it's a really good question.
Yeah.
But they're just not old enough to understand those things.
Yeah, exactly. You gotta finesse it.
Yeah,
you know?
so you say what you gotta say, and you kind of let them go on. Okay,
right.
Those are white lines, okay? But we're still lying, because internally, don't you kind of feel bad talking to little Johnny?
A little bit. I mean, like, it depends the question he's asking, if he's not old enough.
Right.
You know, I'll be like, well, I've always learned with children, like, you only, like, especially with the sex talk or anything else, because my son's 9, he asks questions, we live on a ranch, you know, well, what are those 2 cows doing? Well, they're making a baby. Like, I've learned you never give the children more information than what they've asked for. You never go into how all that's happening, because they're probably quite okay, but just they're making a baby.
Sure.
You don't.
Sure.
You don't elaborate, unless they do.
I see.
That's how I handle it.
Gotcha.
There's been a few times I've been like, you want to learn what? Where do babies come from?
Right,
Mm-hmm.
right.
Mom's tummy? Okay. Look, he's not asking stuff. Okay, we're good.
So you understand that?
I get it, yeah. I'm a parent, yeah,
Right.
I get it.
So, internally though, we know
that what we did was...
Yeah, what we did really isn't right.
Right.
I mean, I don't really want to lie to my wife, you know.
Right,
I
but
don't
you
really
don't
want to
really-
have an argument either, you see what I'm saying?
Right.
So what do you think's going on inside of me?
You don't feel good about it.
Yeah, I don't feel good about it either as much, right?
But you're not going to be locked on the couch for the evening.
Right, okay.
Right, I
So, am I going to display some kind of emotion inside?
Probably.
Can I look calm and cool outside?
Hopefully.
Absolutely, right? Okay. So that's what's going on. And there's a bunch of stuff here, I get that.
Right.
It's a small table, we had to put the equipment here, but let me kind of explain what's going to happen, okay? So we start off with this here. This is a blood pressure cuff.
Okay.
Same thing as over at the doctor's
Oh,
office, okay? At the doctor's office, it's on and off your arm within a few minutes. They're just checking your blood pressure. This is going to be on your arm for maybe up to 10 minutes at most at a time. Okay? In my opinion, that's probably the most uncomfortable thing. All right?
I'm sure, because I had to have one of those on last night, and that was pretty awful.
Yeah. It's not going to cause any injury or
Right. It's just
whatever
uncomfortable.
else, okay? But
Yeah.
reality is, you know, I'm a guy, and, you know, we like to complain a lot, you know, that sort of stuff. So, it's just me. So, the other thing is, you're going to have this black pad,
Okay.
and you're going to be sitting on that. You're
Okay.
just monitoring any core movements that take place.
Huh.
Okay?
That seems cool.
We're going to have these two tubes here.
Okay.
One's above your heart, and one's below your heart. What
Oh,
we're doing, we're monitoring your intercostal muscles.
Huh.
Okay? Then we're going to have 2 metal plates over here.
Okay.
Okay? We're going to place on 2 different fingers. They're EDA, electrodermal activity, or
Okay.
GSR.
So like for sweat? Or like, is that what you're doing?
Exactly, yep. The terminology is EDA or GSR. And really what that is depending on which scientist and the theory they're using, their terminology, that's what depends how they want to write it up. It means the exact same thing, okay, is we're just monitoring how much you're sweating, how much you're perspiring.
Okay.
Make sense?
That makes sense.
Okay. And then you're going to have a little, basically,
Is that like the air, what air? What are you getting enough air?
what? Yeah, it's basically
I'm trying to
it's a similar thing, okay? But it's just going to be taking your pulse, right?
Oh, okay.
Same thing. You probably had that on last night.
Yeah. My son had to have one of those. My son actually is disabled. He has a traumatic brain injury. He got kicked in the head when he was 7 by a horse.
Okay.
And ended up in a coma for 8 days and in a hospital for a month almost. And he had all, obviously my son was on.
Right.
Similar things.
Okay.
Yeah.
So those are things that's going to be on you.
Okay.
Okay. All of these things have different components. They're monitoring all that, your physiology.
Okay.
Okay. And it spits it over here to this box.
Okay.
Sometimes people say that's the black box. It's
Black
not.
box.
Okay. But that really is the heart of the country.
Oh, okay.
Okay. On TV or in the movies, as you refer to, where you probably saw this big metal box.
Yeah, I do that.
Papers rolling off. Yeah, exactly. So those are called analog instruments. Okay. And they've been around forever. There's still some people that use those.
Really?
They give them a hard time, say, hey, you're the dinosaurs, you know what I mean? But anyway, so what's going on is, in the mid-'80s, they made things so digital. So all that's coming over to the computer, all right? And I'm going to see a live graph of all that.
Oh, okay.
You're going to hear me make keystrokes on the computer,
Okay.
mouse clicks.
Okay.
Don't read into that. That doesn't mean you're doing good or that you're doing bad.
Okay.
It means Tyler's doing his job.
Okay.
Okay? You're like me, and most of society, you kind of like to talk with your head.
I did. Sorry, I'm very animated.
No problem. We're going to control that later.
Okay.
But let's say you're doing it during the test.
Okay.
And that's me making the notes to say, hey, that wasn't Steph lying. That was her just moving her head.
Okay.
Something to that effect.
Sorry, I'll do my best.
Don't worry.
Okay.
I'm going to work with you on that.
Okay.
Okay? All right?
Yeah.
So that's kind of what's going on and
Okay.
how we're collecting that information.
Interesting.
Any questions about
I wonder why they don't. I'm not trying to get off subject. I wonder why in the TV shows how they always show the analog thing with the little thing with the like this.
There's more drama.
Good point. Yeah, nobody wants to look at a computer.
It sells better for TV.
I guess so.
Yeah.
It's 2017.
Exactly. So that's what's going on.
Okay.
Okay? All right? Your job is to what?
Tell the truth.
Yeah. Exactly. 100%.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? Hey, you've obviously taken some tests before.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Okay. Let's say you take a test and you have a 99.9% on that test.
Okay.
What kind of grade is that?
An A.
An A. Is that a passing grade
Usually,
or a failing grade?
Usually,
Usually,
that is.
I tell you what, I don't know that ever being a failing grade. Okay,
Right.
99.9 is a passing
Yeah.
grade. Okay, except for when it comes to polygraph.
Okay.
My point here is just that small fraction, that little bit of detail,
Mm-hmm.
is going to mess things up if
Okay.
you are not completely 100% truthful.
Okay.
And I get that can be hard sometimes.
Right.
But we're going to get through that.
Okay.
Okay, that's my job to help you with that.
Okay.
But if you can't hold up to your job,
Right.
and your responsibility
Right.
of being honest, how's that going to help you?
It's not helping me.
Okay?
Right.
So let me ask you something. Today, right now, this given moment,
Okay.
how important is this in your life?
Very.
Very important.
Yeah.
Right? And why is that?
Because my life depends on it in a way.
Okay.
I think. I mean.
You want to clear your name.
I
right?
do. Yeah.
Right? Isn't important that to you to clear your name?
Of course.
So in order to do that, you have to participate to help me
Right.
to go out to be the advocate to say, you know what? I spent some quality time there with Steph, and you know what? I can say without a doubt, she's being honest.
Right.
That's what you want me to walk out here and do.
Exactly.
But the only way that that's going to happen.
If I tell the truth.
Exactly.
Right.
And I know I'm beating the dead horse, but
No, I know.
I've got to stress that to you.
Right. I understand.
Okay, fair enough. Cool. Do you have any questions so far where we're at?
I think no.
Okay.
So far, no.
Okay. You doing okay?
Yeah.
You want some water?
Yes.
Okay. So do I. I have those here.
Thank you.
Yep. All right. Now, let me explain one more thing.
Okay.
A lot of people think that we just come in here and have you sit down on stuff and start randomly asking you questions.
Okay.
Right? I've been babbling on for a while to explain this. All right.
Right.
It's going to be your turn to talk here.
Oh, okay.
All right. I want you to look at my wrist.
Okay.
What am I wearing?
I'll watch.
Okay. So let me summarize polygraph this quick. All right. I'm going to ask you 3 questions.
Okay.
Now, with polygraph, when it comes to the questions that we eventually are going to establish together, those questions are going to be designed so that you answer by saying yes or no.
Okay.
Follow me?
Yes.
Okay. So, for example, I'm going to ask you 3 questions pertaining to that watch.
Okay.
All right. Ready?
Yes.
Am I wearing a watch?
Yes.
All right. So here's what happened. You had to auditory listen to that question.
Mm-hmm.
Your brain had to analyze that question.
Right.
Okay. Your brain had to momentarily rewind
Mm-hmm.
And I recall seeing the wrist. I recall him pointing to it. I recall seeing the watch.
Right.
Okay? So then you had to reanalyze that question. And then say, oh yeah, the proper response is yes. Now that happens so fast. We don't even think about those things. But that's that automated thing that's going on inside. Okay? And that's the process on everything you talk about. You and Dave, you and your mom, whoever, all day long, that's what's going on. Okay. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
All right. Now I'm going to ask you the exact same question.
Okay.
This time I'm going to direct you to say no.
Okay.
So what am I having you do?
No. Say no.
Right. And in theory, what are you doing to me?
Lie.
You're going to lie.
Right.
All right?
Right.
Am I wearing a watch?
No.
Okay. So see.
Okay.
Same thing. You can see. You just totally reacted different. Your whole body composure was totally different. You're like, and here's what happened. Same thing. You had to auditory listen to that question. You had to analyze that question. Your brain, you had to go back in time. You had to recall seeing that. You had to analyze the question again.
Right.
And your brain said, yeah, the answer is yes. And then you're like, oh, hold on, put the brakes. Because you told me to say no.
Okay.
And then that's where that conflict comes back.
Right.
So it's even such as a white lie.
Right.
Because now you're like, what the heck just happened here?
Right.
Okay? And then ultimately you comply, you say no, even though you know otherwise.
Right.
Okay? You see what I'm saying?
Yes.
That's what's happening with your physiology.
Okay, I get it.
Makes sense?
Yes.
Okay. One more question here.
Okay.
Going back to being truthful.
Okay.
Yes or no?
Okay.
Okay? All right. Did my wife buy me that watch?
I don't know.
It's a yes or no question.
Yes. But I don't know.
I'm going to jump in here. You're an intelligent person. You understand.
Right.
Here's what I always ask everybody. Is that a valid question to ask for polygraph?
No, because I don't know.
Okay. And you answer that perfectly. People always say no. The real question, or the real answer is yes, it is, but you also answer that with that question by saying, because I don't know. Right? We haven't talked about it enough.
Right.
So you really can't say yes or no one way or the other.
Right.
So how fair is it for me to just sit you down right here and say, hey, Steph, I'm going to start asking you these questions. That isn't fair to you. And now ethically you're not doing my job, right?
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yes.
So that's why we're going to end up talking about all this stuff.
Okay.
It's your turn. The ball's in your court. You have to be truthful. You have to tell me what's going on here so we can get these questions correct.
Okay.
And be able to do our part so we can walk out here and say, hey, Steph, she's good.
Okay.
You see what I'm saying?
Yes. Yes.
All right.
So I do have a question.
Yeah, go ahead.
So if there is literally something you ask me that I don't know, I'm not allowed to answer that way. I don't have to choose the yes or no.
I apologize. No, that's a good question. I apologize. I may not have said it or explained it well enough. We're going to eventually talk about those questions and design those. You're going to know those questions in advance before we do any testing.
Okay.
There will be no surprises whatsoever. We're going to talk about that, and I'm already going to know how you're going to answer that before we even get in there.
Okay. I just want to make sure that
and that's probably my
I'm sure there's a lot of stuff I honestly don't know.
I'm glad you brought that to my attention.
Okay.
All right? So, any other questions?
I don't think so.
Does that help you?
Yes.
Sure.
Okay, sorry.
No. I appreciate you doing there. So, Steph, tell me, because I'm coming in this really blind. What's going on? Tell me what happened here.
From what they told me yesterday, and I'm a little bit freaked out, is they told me my mom confessed to killing my brother.
Okay. Your brother, Jacob?
Jake, yes.
Okay. He goes by Jake?
We all called him Jake, but I think he preferred Jacob.
So if we use either name, you're going to
I'm sorry, I'm probably going to use Jake more often.
All right. Fair enough. All right. So then, what do you know about that?
I didn't know anything until yesterday. I was kind of blindsided because everything I thought was that he had left. She had told me he had left, and then he just didn't come back.
He just didn't come back?
No.
Okay. How did that come about?
She had said, and this is 2 years ago, that he had went to go to Reno, Nevada to do a martial arts festival thing, he was really into mixed martial arts.
Oh, okay.
So she said he had gotten a job, and they were gonna down there, and if he helped with the camp, they would help train him some more. I believe is what I understood. And she said that he was going to go down, he was going to be gone for 6 weeks, and then he'll probably be back. And apparently that was a lie.
And that was where at was it again?
Reno, Nevada?
Reno, Nevada?
Yeah.
Okay, so I want to make sure I understand.
Okay.
You're under the impression 2 years ago
Mm-hmm.
that he left to go to Reno, Nevada
Mm-hmm.
for a martial arts competition or training?
A training thing or something. I don't know that it was a competition.
And then that's the last time you know of him being around?
Yes.
Okay. And you don't, he's your brother. Have you ever been in contact with him?
No, we weren't close.
You were not close. Okay. How often did you guys talk?
Never.
Never?
Not for the last 5 or 6 years.
Okay.
Very rarely.
Yeah. Why is that?
We've just never gotten along. Even as little kids, we just were always.
Is he older or younger?
He's younger.
He's younger.
We're 18 months
Okay.
apart. He's 18 months younger than I am.
Is it just the two of you?
Yes.
Okay.
We have step siblings, but they're all older than us.
Oh, I see.
By like considerably. Well, the youngest older than one is like 20 years older than us.
Okay.
Because our stepdad was 25 years older than my mom. So all of our step family, step brothers and sisters are older than us.
Okay. So when was the last time you talked with Jake?
Honestly, probably like before we even moved up here.
Which was
2012?
2012?
Yeah.
Did you see him physically?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Well, actually I might have talked to him on the phone since like the last time I saw him physically he had of course I'd seen him at the ranch, but we didn't communicate with each other.
Okay.
Honestly. The last time I'd actually sat down and had a conversation with him, we were still living in Denver, and he came down and he had to, I don't remember what he was doing. He came down to Denver for some reason. I think he wanted to sell Dave a gun, my husband a gun, a 30-30. And so he came down to do that. My dad also at that point lived in Denver. So he probably came down to visit him, honestly.
Sure.
And we had dinner. We went out to dinner. And it was a little awkward because, like I said, we're just not really close. And that was probably the last real decent conversation I've ever had with him. He was pretty upset when we moved up here.
Why is that?
He didn't like me, apparently.
So, where was he living?
At the ranch.
At the ranch.
Right.
Where were you guys living?
When we first moved up there, we lived at the ranch. And then him and Dave weren't getting along, like, doing passive-aggressive, stupid stuff to each other. Like, Jake would pile the snow behind our car, so we had to shovel it to get out. And so one day, they got in an argument, and, it wasn't fighting. It was just a very verbal argument. But then, Mom said, we can't do this anymore, so you guys need to find a place to live. So we moved into town. So.
Okay.
But, really,
When was that?
God. We moved there in 2012. It was probably only 8 to 10 months after that. It was winter, I know that. But sometime during the winter.
Okay. And so now you live at the ranch now?
Right.
So when did you move back there?
It was right after my son got out of the hospital. And that would have been late August, early September of 2015.
2 years ago?
Yes.
Okay. So as 2 years ago that Jake left, and then 2 years ago you moved in. Did you see each other roughly at that time?
We weren't there at the same time. He had already disappeared by the time we had moved out there.
I see.
Which was part of the reason we did that, because I didn't feel my mom could take care of this ranch by herself, and my son was still really cognitively not okay. He had brain damage.
Okay.
And our apartment that we were living in had stairs and stuff, and he still had a helmet on because he was missing part of his bone in his head. So I was worried about him going up the stairs and stuff. So Mom said, well, why don't you guys just come out here? You don't have to pay rent. I need help. Let's just come out here. Jake's not here. Just come out here. So we did.
So has your mom talked to you about this before?
About Jake missing?
Yeah.
Yeah, so sometimes.
Yeah.
Only if I bring it up, usually. You know, asking random questions, you know.
Such as what?
Like, who do you live with? Or, you know, because, I mean, it would come up, you know, and she'd always tell me the same thing. You know, she left in a dark blue truck. I was like, okay. I was like, you still don't remember the guy you went with? She's like, no, I don't know who that was. And until the last month or so, her story was always the same. And then about a month ago, it started to, like, change. Like, she didn't remember stuff. And at first, I attributed it to, like, she's on medication for her cancer.
Okay.
She's on, like, I think it's Percocet. And she's on cannabis pills. So I figured maybe, I was like, well, maybe she's just not remembering things right, I guess,
okay.
you know.
Okay.
And so, like, and that's when I first started, like, well, this is weird, but maybe she's just not remembering. I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
You know, because I always thought the same thing. I always thought, well, Jake left and is being an asshole, you know, because he's mad at Mom or whatever, and not coming back and not calling. I didn't think it was anything like it was. I was actually pretty blindsided yesterday.
So what's the things that changed in her story?
That she said he had left for like a week to go talk to this guy about the camp or something. And the guy was in, I believe she said Seattle or somewhere in the Northwest. And that he was gone for a week doing that, and then he came back, was home for less than 24 hours, and then left again. And with this guy that Mom had never met before.
Yep. Do you know his name?
No.
Did she ever describe him?
She just said he was driving she didn't know him, and he was driving a blue pickup.
So it was the other guy's truck?
Yes. Which is why his vehicles were still there.
I
was like, well, that's weird. I was like, well, is he going to come back and, like, is he just going to get set up and then coming back? She's like, he might come back and get some more stuff and set up. I'm like, oh, okay.
So how often did you talk to Mom about Jake?
Well, at first, quite a bit. And then, you know, my son got injured in July, right after that of that year. So for a while there, I was pretty preoccupied with that, you know, with my son. And then I asked, you know, have you heard from Jake? No, not yet. I'm like, well, are you getting worried? No, like, you know, he doesn't call that much. Like, because I call you every day. So I don't understand that. And, you know, no, he doesn't call much. When he was in Alaska, he only called me a couple times. I'm like, are you sure? You know, like, but I never had any reason to doubt what she was saying. She's my mom.
Okay.
You know?
Sure.
And so it's like, okay, and, like, I was still, like, I talked to my dad about it on the phone, even though I'm, like, in the ICU with my son. He goes, well, Dad, I'm worried a bit. I don't know. Because he's like, well, maybe we should report him missing. I was like, well, that's something for you and Mom to discuss. I don't really know. I don't have anything to do with that. I was like, I agree that it needs to probably happen if you guys don't hear from him soon.
That was with who?
My dad.
Okay.
My dad, yeah.
Okay.
And my dad was really worried.
And when was that?
We're supposed to say July-ish of that, because he went in, let's see, he got hurt. It's almost the anniversary. July 21st, because it was my dad's birthday that he got hurt. And so, you know, I'm dealing with all this, and then at home we have not around, and it's kind of chaotic.
Sure.
So
your dad, and what's your dad's name? Ray.
Yeah.
So, Ray and Deb married?
They were.
Okay.
They were married 25 years. They got divorced in 91 or 92, something.
So where does Ray live?
He currently lives in New Mexico.
Okay.
And, yeah.
I'm going to try and keep all that up.
Yeah, sorry, yeah.
No, so if I get confused, that's fine.
And he's our biological dad.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay. So he was concerned about this as
yes.
well? And did he talk to Deb about it?
Oh, I'm sure, yeah.
Okay. If I'm understanding you right, you had the three of you had a conversation?
No. We've honestly never, it's hard to get them in a room together.
Okay.
They don't really get along. Recently it's been better.
Okay.
They actually, it was kind of amazing. Well, they had a really bad divorce. So, like, growing up, there was a lot of, like, with the child support and all that, there's a lot of all the time. Like,
right.
my dad wasn't even going to come to my wedding. It was that bad.
Okay.
He did. He didn't stay for the reception. Feel a little bad about that, but that's okay.
Right.
But as I've gotten older, and actually Mom was diagnosed with cancer before, 10 years ago, and kicked it. Ever since then, my dad was a little bit more nice about my mom, and they kind of got along, and they both they were trying to figure out what to do with Jake, you know, because he wasn't being adult, I guess. And so they had that to deal with. They're cordial, I guess. They're not friends, I wouldn't say, you know, but they definitely have a common, like, with us kids, they need to deal with it. You know, so.
Okay. But somehow the conversation came up of filing a mystery.
Right.
And when was that?
That was at some point when Olin was in the hospital. I couldn't tell you a day or anything. So in early August or late July.
Of what year again?
2015.
15.
Yes.
Okay. All right. And was there further follow-up with that?
I believe my mom reported him missing at that point. I don't know, again, what day or anything. Okay. And I know Jake's friends were showing concern because his routine, he was a creature of habit. And every now and then he'd go do something silly, but, you know, like road trip or something, but usually someone knew about it. At that point, I didn't really know that he didn't tell his friends.
Right.
You know?
Right.
And he would definitely go on trips and stuff. So him going on the trip wasn't odd. You know, I guess him not calling wouldn't have been that odd. But, you know, it got long enough that my dad obviously was concerned.
Right. Did Jake call your mom or dad often?
I think he talked to my dad frequently on the phone. I'd say probably once a week or so. I mean, I only know that obviously through my mom and dad. I don't discuss it with Jake because we didn't talk.
I see. What else?
Well, I'm sorry, I'm trying to think where I was at.
Yeah, you're fine.
You know, and then, like, after she said, well, I don't think Jake's coming back and stuff, so it's okay for you guys to move in here. You know, I need help. You need help with Olin. You know, it's a bit better situation than you paying rent in town. Okay. So we stayed in a camper for a little while until she said she had to clean the lodge, which is where Jake was living. She had to clean it up. And I was like, okay, because I knew he was messy. So, okay. And then I didn't really help with that much because I was dealing with my kid. And I didn't really see upstairs much. But then we had left in November for my son gets oxygen treatments. He goes in a hyperbaric oxygen tube and gets treatments. And we had to do a month of those. So we were in Denver again for a month getting those done. And by the time we had gotten back from that, she had it all straightened out and cleaned up beds up there, bunk beds for all. No, just a twin bed, and we didn't have the bunk bed at that point. You know, I had it all set up and they were ready to go, and we just...
So three of you were living in the trailer when she was cleaning the lodge?
Yes.
Okay. How long did it take for her to clean the lodge?
I'd say it was a while. Months. I mean, I don't know that she worked on it every day, you know, but it was quite a while.
Did you give her a hand cleaning it up?
Not usually, no. I didn't.
Not usually, so did you occasionally, I guess?
I guess occasionally if she needed help carrying something or doing something, I would, but she really wanted to do it on her own.
What do you call help cleaning the lodge with? What did you do?
Well, I helped her carry his mattress out. She said it had bed bugs on it. And so she had it all wrapped up in some like white plastic, and then we carried it out and burned it because she said it had bed bugs, and those were gross.
Yeah. Okay. Anything else?
We bagged up his clothes after a while, and I mean I don't know that I helped her. I'm trying to think. I helped her put his clothes in the one closet and stuff. You know, trying to get everything organized because his clothes were everywhere.
Okay.
They weren't just up in the room; they were pretty much everywhere, and baskets full and everything. So we bagged all those up in trash bags and put them in the closet and stuff, and trying to save him. You know, if he come back, he can have his clothes. You know, and stuff like that. I mean, other than that, I didn't really help her. We had a lady, and I've been trying to think of her name, that was living there for a very short time, that helped her mostly clean it up. Who was that? It might come to me. I don't know.
Older lady, younger lady?
Older lady. She didn't live there long. She was married to a guy named Bill, and they were a very strange couple. They came up to help at the ranch and stuff, and they were allowed to live there for free if he helped with ranch work, but she had to go get a job.
Oh, I see.
Like, they had to pay, like, their part of the electric and stuff like that, you know. And, like, it didn't last long. They were having marital problems, apparently, and she had just took off and left, and I cannot remember what her name was. Cindy? No.
Bill and Cindy?
Bill and... It's an S or a C.
Remember her last name?
Matlock.
Matlock?
Yes. Billy Matlock. And again, I don't know if they're still together. I honestly kind of doubt
Do
it.
they live in town?
They had actually left and gone to California, I think. But when he had left, he stole a bunch of stuff. And I don't know why Mom decided to file a police report on it, but I'm still finding like I had to put 2 saddles missing, and I got some tools and stuff. But I think maybe she was just glad to be rid of them because there was a lot of drama.
Pretty much what he took was just like some tack and stuff like that.
Right, yeah.
Horse related,
and like a chainsaw and just some tools. I've got plenty of tack. I mean, it sucks, but.
So you guys still have his clothes?
Yes. I think most of them, unless Mom did something with them. I mean, I know what I've seen around there, so there were some clothes, yeah.
I'm just curious. You said you were curious if he were to come back, he might have his clothes. Did you not think he was going to come back? Or?
Well, I mean, it was doubtful at some point, like later on. I was just like, well, I mean, I honestly thought maybe he had ran off and changed his name, and I don't know, because it sounded like towards the end of when everything happened that him and Mom weren't getting along very well, and I thought maybe he just got mad and left. I mean, he's an adult. He could have done what he wanted to, but,
I see.
You know, it was just kind of strange, like he didn't come back for his cars and stuff.
Okay.
Which I did honestly think he was going to come back for them.
I
did honestly think he was going to come back at some point, but once it got like a year, 8 months, a year, it's like, well, is he going to come back? We'll keep it. We'll keep the stuff because it's his, but how long do we have to keep it?
Right.
And go ahead, sorry.
No. I don't know what you were telling me.
I'm
just trying to follow the story.
I'm just trying to think of what all I remember. It's been so long.
Right.
But yeah, so we kind of just went on our day-to-day lives, I guess, a bit, and just waited. And at that point, Mom's story never changed. It was always he went to Reno.
So then what was this change? What did she say? You mentioned recently
like maybe even a month ago.
Okay.
Like she said that, because she said, I told you that he went on he left for a week and then came back and got some stuff and then left again, and that was the last time she had seen him. And then like a month ago, she had forgotten, I guess, that he had left for that week. Does that make sense?
Okay.
Like he didn't come back. Like I thought that was weird. I was like, well, maybe it's just the medication or something.
Sure.
I don't, but that was the first thing that kind of was raised my eyebrows, but not enough to be calling you guys up hey, she just,
Did you ever confront Mom about it?
No, honestly I didn't. Right then I was like, well, wait a minute, they thought he was gone for a week and then came back, and then she's like, oh, well, I don't. And she was just kind of like my medication. I was just like, oh, okay.
So you said she confessed to law enforcement yesterday?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you know what she said?
All of it. Well, I actually talked to her last night, and because I got back from the hospital, she called my phone, and I was like, because I found out early in the day that she'd confessed. They had told me, and so
earlier yesterday.
Yes.
Okay.
Sorry.
Gotcha.
And I was just like, yeah, and I answered all their questions, and I tried to get through, and I was just like. Then my first thought was, I really don't want my kid to see everything. So I took him into town, and I made arrangements for him to stay with my best friend.
Okay.
Because I don't want him to be around that. That's horrible.
Right.
But I lost it, because I don't even, I'm sorry. I don't even know how do you do that to your kid?
Right.
Sorry.
Are you all right?
I can't believe this is happening. I talked to her last night, and she told me everything, and I was just like, what are you even talking about? How does this even happen? She told me that he was, abusing her. I was like, well, why didn't you say something? I knew they didn't get along. I really did, and I knew he yelled at her and stuff and get mad. But I didn't know about the physical abuse. I just wish she could have done it differently. I don't know. Like, she would have felt like law enforcement could have done something about it.
So what'd she tell you?
She told me that he, like, put her in a chokehold multiple times and made her pass out, threatened her. He sat on her and said you could die at any time. And it's the stuff that happened, over time, I guess. And she said she woke up one night and he had a pillow over her, like he was gonna smother her. I'm sorry. Thank you.
Yeah.
Just wish she would have felt like she could come to somebody. She didn't have to do that.
Had you seen any signs of that happening?
I just saw them argue and stuff. I didn't see him ever be, like, physical with her. I mean, I saw, like, he'd yell at her and I think it was wrong, and I said, Mom, why do you put up with that, And she did mention a few times of kind of being afraid of him, and I'd be like, well, why? Oh, I'm just worried that I'm like, get him arrested, or get a restraining order so that he can't come back here, let him take his stuff, go find an apartment and do what he needs to do. Well, she won't do that. If I do that, he'll just burn the ranch down. I said, what? Does he threaten that? Well, he said it a couple times. But she never acted like it was, she acted like it was bad, like it was bad, but it wasn't like that bad.
Okay.
And I wish he would have come to me, because I feel like I would have done something. Like, I wouldn't have done something to him, but I would have called the police or elderly, like, they had elderly advocates and stuff. Like, something could have been done.
Okay.
And I just feel bad that she was living like that. Like, and I was out there almost every day, but I tried to leave before he got up. Because, to be honest, I didn't always feel that safe around him.
Sure.
Because he was kind of crazy. And I didn't want my kid to be around him. And
okay.
Oh, God.
What else did she tell you?
Last night or just in general?
Yeah.
Last night, just that he had, I guess apparently threatened me. He was going to kill me and kill my son. He was going to kill my husband. I didn't know any of that. Because I wasn't going to get anything, is what I guess he said, from the ranch or anything when she passed away. And he didn't want me to have anything. And I was in his way. And, like, I knew, like, we didn't get along, and I thought I was more of, like, an annoyance. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
Like, I thought I was more of, like, I was there and he didn't like it. I didn't know that I was, like, my life was being threatened. And I didn't know it. The only thing I can remember her ever saying about anything like that was that she didn't want me to be at the ranch alone without her there. And I was like, okay. Like, she's like, Jake's like weird. I don't want you to have to deal with that. I'm like, okay, like, hey, I'm done, And I usually, because most of the time my son was in school, so what I do is I come out while he was in school, and then I leave by the time he was getting off. And Jake didn't really get out of bed until like 2 or 3. So I never really had to interact with him, thank God. But I didn't know that it was all that bad. I didn't. And I kind of feel responsible in a way, because I couldn't protect my mom, and I couldn't. He said well, one day Steph's just going to be riding through the woods on her horse, and she's going to have an accident. And then I'm going to have an accident. And then I'm going to kill Dave. And then I won't have any problems.
And that's what she's telling you last night?
Yeah.
That he had said?
Yeah.
Let's see when he had said all that.
I didn't ask that. No, I'm sorry. Just kind of like.
Yeah, no, I get it. Yeah.
But she said that progressively he was getting more and more dangerous, and she was tired of feeling like living in fear. That's what she said. And I said, Mom, I didn't know you were living in fear. I was like, why? I just don't understand why she couldn't come to someone. I'm not her. I don't know. I I've never been in that situation. So I just feel like I have to have been cautious.
Did she tell you anything else last night? Go into detail about the incident or how it happened? Or
She just said she shot him. And she wanted to make sure he was dead. And I don't know what spurred that actual incident. I have no idea. I don't know if it was an accumulation of things or if it was just like if she just one night decided that's what was happening. I really don't know. But I can't even.
Did you guys talk about that at all?
No, not really. I didn't want to. She was really stressed last night and I didn't want to push it too far.
I can understand that.
I mean, I was already just like, by all that, I was like, I need to go sleep, which I didn't really do. there's right now I'm just like, kind of like in this, not a fog, but just like numb in a way, like, I don't know if it's really hit me yet. I think it has a little. I mean, I'm being emotional. I'm not just like sitting here, but like
okay.
I just wish she had done something differently. I really do.
So what time did you talk with law enforcement yesterday?
It was in the morning. I don't know exactly. I mean, I know they were there like at 6:50, and it might have been 7:30 or so, 8 o'clock. And they had said, you know, I went in there and they're like, well, what can you tell me about your brother's disappearance? And I said, well, Mom, the only thing I know, what Mom said, I want to hear when he left, was that he got in a blue pickup with a guy and left. They're like, well, I want to let you know your mom confessed to killing Jake. I kind of started crying. Like,
who else have you talked to since then?
Just my husband and them, and my brother-in-law.
What's his name?
Jeremy.
Jeremy?
Yeah.
That's Dave's brother?
They're friends.
Oh.
They're friends. They're not brothers, but they're brothers. I don't know.
I see what you're saying.
I'm sorry.
Is he in town?
He lives with us.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Gotcha. So you just talked with
And Mom also talked to them last night as well.
Okay.
Because I was at the hospital and everybody had left so we could finally go take care of the animals. So I figured while I was sitting at the hospital, they might as well go home and take care of the animals. And they talked to her for a little bit. And,
right.
You know, we were honestly a little blown away because she had called my cell phone while I was at the hospital and, you know, said, I'm still at home. We were honestly very, very surprised. I figured she'd be in jail because I don't know how this works. But
okay.
Yeah, I'm happy she's still home because I feel like she's very sick. And I think right now, I mean, that's probably okay for her to be at home.
Anything else I need to know before we go into something else?
I don't think so right now. And if I think of something, I can tell you, I guess.
Need you use restroom again?
No, I'm okay for right now.
Need you stretch or anything?
I'll stand up for a minute.
So you said that you guys have only talked to, or you've only talked to Jeremy. Is that right, Jeremy?
Jeremy and Dave, my husband.
And Dave.
Yeah. But again, I didn't tell them anything. They didn't know. They knew about it before I did.
Right, I get that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Lots of people are trying to get stuff from me, information, because, you know, police put a bulletin out, and so everybody's, that's why I turned my Facebook off.
Oh, like they're trying to contact you by Facebook or something?
Right.
Different folks?
Like, my friends, you know, they're concerned. And I totally get that. I just tell them, you know, I really can't say anything. I don't have anything to say. I don't, you know.
So we're here to do what?
Learn the truth and do a polygraph.
Okay.
Yeah.
So the polygraph, why do you want to do the polygraph?
To prove that I didn't do anything.
Okay. So what would you think that we should ask? What kind of questions do you think we should ask of you?
Whether I had anything to do, I don't know, whether I had anything to do with him getting killed, I guess, or whether I suspected it beforehand or whatever. I don't really know.
Yeah.
Sorry.
I'm just trying to see what you think is relevant.
I think those things are relevant. I mean, I think of anything else.
Did you have anything to do with this? I mean, I thought, honestly, obviously I shouldn't ask you that, right?
Right. That's kind of a basic question.
Right.
No, I did not.
No? Did you know anything about it at all?
Not until last night or yesterday.
Okay. So up until that point, you didn't know anything?
No.
Okay. You never questioned or nothing like that?
Well, I questioned,
Right.
suspicions, I guess, and you come up with these weird, like, late night talks with people and your friends. Well, he joined ISIS. Maybe he, which you wouldn't have done, but, he changed his name to Jackie and is living in San Francisco. So your mom killed him. They came up, but it was always kind of like random thoughts, I guess, or not really joking. You don't joke about that, but just, does that make sense?
Yeah.
I'm trying theories. Like, you come up with crazy theories. Until about a month ago, when she started mixing up her stories, I thought they were just crazy stories.
Okay.
Like, I just didn't understand how, like, people would say, well, maybe your mom did it. And I'm like, well, what do you mean maybe my mom did it? Because at the time, Jake used to be the apple on my mom's eye. And then once he turned an adult and started being kind of crazy, I knew that was changing. But I just don't feel as a parent that you could do that to your child.
And so who was mentioning that maybe he did that?
Just random friends.
Oh, I see.
I don't know, just people you talk to, you know what I mean? Like, people, have you heard from Jake? I'm like, I don't know. And then they, did your mom kill him? What? and until like a month ago, when she started mixing stuff up, I was always just like, maybe she did. But it wasn't enough to maybe, then it comes in, well, I've got anxiety. Maybe I'm just being paranoid.
Oh, I see.
And I honestly, nobody wants to think that of their parent mom.
Right.
That's not, I don't want to think she's been lying to me for 2 years.
Okay.
And, yeah.
Anything else we need to talk about on that? Like I said, balls in your court.
Yeah, I'm thinking it's been...
I mean, if there's stuff we need to know before the testing.
Right.
It doesn't do us any good to say, oh, yeah, after the testing.
Right, exactly. Like I said, we've always had, not suspicions, but just, it's come up. But I always thought it was so far-fetched but then my anxiety brain was like, well, I guess she could have, but then...
Did you ever ask her?
No, because how do you have that conversation? You know what I mean? I thought I was being crazy.
Had anyone directly asked her that you?
I don't believe it. I don't mean my dad, but I kind of highly doubt that.
Okay.
She doesn't really
What about your husband?
No, he wouldn't ask her that.
Are they fairly close?
Yeah, they're not like this, but they talk about
things,
relative things, I guess.
Sure.
They're not going to sit down and have a conversation about politics, but
I get that.
Yeah, hey, the cows are out, we need to go get them. Hey, what do you guys want for dinner? Blah,
Okay.
It's not really.
Yeah.
They're not close, I guess, but I definitely don't see her at Dave asking her anything like that. He kind of just rolls with the flow.
You don't think that would be something she would talk to him about?
I don't think it would be something she'd talk to anybody about. For some reason. I just don't think she's that close with anyone. She's lately, I don't know, maybe the last 5 years. And I don't know if that's when the elder abuse started. But, she's kind of lost contact with a lot of friends. She used to go to Cattle Women meetings. I don't know when that stopped, honestly. She doesn't do that anymore. She used to, it seems like she kind of pushed a lot of people away, alienated them.
When that started?
I used it maybe right after my stepdad passed away. She didn't really want to deal with anybody.
When was that?
2009.
I see.
Yeah. And it seemed like she kind of became, besides her work, kind of a loner, besides me or, us. And her and Jake didn't get along, so I know she wasn't talking to him about life stuff, but I don't think she really talked to anybody.
Okay. I think what we'll do, let's go ahead and take a break. If you need to use the restroom, let's do that. We'll come in here, and then while you're using the restroom, I'm gonna get a couple pieces of equipment done.
Okay.
We'll get those things attached, and then we're gonna go over those questions.
Okay.
We're gonna develop some stuff, some questions, and then and then we'll do the testing.
Okay.
Are you comfortable with that?
I think so.
Is there anything else we need to know ahead of time?
I don't think so. I'll go to the bathroom and think about it.
All right. Well, let's take a break, all right?
Okay. I'm sorry, I do talk a lot.
No, you're fine. Let's come around here. It's good to stretch a little bit. You doing all right?
Yeah, I'm just trying to stretch.
Oh, that's good. Go ahead and have a seat right there.
Well, it's a little cushier now.
Yeah. You know, I'm going to have you actually slide over
This way?
a little bit more. Yeah, put the chair more square, if you would.
Okay.
Here, actually stand up. Let me try this here. And the reason for it is because I'm going to have you put your arms eventually. Let me show you. Eventually I'm going to have you have your arms just kind of resting like that.
Okay.
Okay? And that's why I'm going to need that.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yes.
Okay. So, all right. Does that work?
I think
You can
so.
kind of relax as
Yes.
best as you can for now as I get some of this put on you.
Okay.
Okay, first thing I'm going to have you do, put your hands together, bring them up to your chest, almost kind of like you're praying.
Okay.
But you do have long hair, and I don't want to catch it on the
Okay.
cheeks.
Are you putting it
Yeah,
on?
we'll just work you. No.
Okay.
Whatever's going to make you more comfortable, okay? But what you do is slide everything forward.
Okay.
I'm going to put this chain around your back. Go ahead and lean back, and then raise your arms up. I'm going to put this right on your belly.
Okay. Weird.
That's too tight?
No, that's fine.
You okay?
Yes.
All right. We're going to do a very similar thing with this.
Okay.
And this is what really comes important for your hair. I want
Okay.
to do that, all right? But when I have you raise your hands, I want you to come straight in the air. Maybe use one of the hands to grab your hair.
Okay.
And I'm going to put the front on your underarm.
Oh, okay.
Well, hold on a second. First, I need you because I'm a short dude. You got to work with me. Raise your arms, all right? All right. Now raise them. All right. How's that?
That's fine.
Is that too tight?
I think it's okay.
You
for
okay?
now. Yeah, if it gets weird, I'll tell you.
Sure. Yeah. I mean, it's not an everyday thing, so.
Right.
I get that. You know what? Actually, I'm looking at something here. I think I'm going to wait on this.
Okay.
Just because of the circumstance with the table.
Oh, okay.
I think what we might do is put this on your calf.
Oh.
And if I don't get a good tracing, then I'll move it to your arm.
Okay.
Okay? And I actually be more comfortable for you.
Okay.
All right, so we're going to wait on that and these here just a minute.
Okay.
So give me just, all right. This over here. Excellent. I'm trying to do that. Is that chair too tall for you? Can you
It's
put
a
your
little,
feet flat?
it's a little tall. I mean, I'm barely, like, I have to press down. It's up to you, but.
Are you going to? You have enough on the heels of your toe. I mean, excuse me, the balls of your toe.
Mm-hmm.
What's your natural just?
Like this.
Okay, pretty good. Will you be able to keep your feet straight? Or I mean, not straight, but keep your feet
Still?
still.
I think so. I might inadvertently move. I don't know.
I'll try to watch that.
Okay, yeah.
And we'll make a note of it.
Okay.
Typically, how that works is if we're in the middle of a test.
Uh-huh.
And you move your feet or whatever, I'll give you some type of movement instruction.
Oh, okay.
Please hold your head still.
Oh, okay.
Keep your feet flat.
I'll do my best.
You know, something like those lines, okay?
Right, I'm
So what it is I'm bringing it to your attention
Right.
so you'll stop the behavior.
Okay.
But I don't want you to lose focus on the test. We just do it and we keep going. Same thing like if you had a cough or sneeze.
Okay.
Do what you got to do.
Okay.
And I'm going to make the right notes, but we're not going to focus on that. We're going to stay focused on
Right.
what we're really here for.
Right.
Does that make sense?
No,
Okay.
sorry. I know
that's
that's
fine. All right, so I just want to make sure that your feet aren't going to fall asleep or lay.
I don't think so.
Like that.
If they start to feel tingly, I will definitely.
Okay. And so, just so you know, so for right now, even though I'm attaching some of this stuff on you, you can still move and get your jitters out,
Okay.
this and that. We'll get through that, and I'll explain
Okay.
when I need you to hold still and when and when not. Does that make sense? So, but for now, feel free to go ahead.
Okay.
It's not like you got.
I like it.
Exactly. We're not doing Frankenstein or anything. Okay.
I'm just like, I know, like, I do naturally just kind of move like how my fingers.
This way here, just put it straight out.
That?
No, put your
Oh.
heel right on the floor. Yeah, there you go.
I'm a horseback rider. I'm trying to keep my heels down.
slide this.
Okay.
And if not, then we'll move it around.
Okay, that's probably more comfortable with my arm.
Yeah, it will be. I'll tell you that. And like I said, we're going to lay on this side. Alrighty. So,
sorry.
no, you're fine. The first thing we're going to do, okay, we're going to do what's called an acquaintance test.
Okay.
It's kind of like a practice test. And what this does, it actually helps you and me. It helps you because you've never had a polygraph before.
Right.
Okay. So this process will let you kind of get used to how it's going to work.
Okay.
And basically what that is I ask a question, you're going to respond.
Okay.
And there'll be a little bit of a break.
Okay.
And I'm going to ask you a question, then you'll respond. There'll be a little bit of a break.
Okay.
So it's not like a normal dialogue where you and I are just sitting here.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Right.
So there's, anyway, so you'll kind of get used to that. The other thing is for us, it's going to help me dial into what your current physiology is.
My normal stuff is. Okay.
I mean, we go for a walk, get something to eat, whatever. That's going to change from there. So I want to dial into where you are currently right now.
Okay.
Before we get into the meat and potatoes.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
I do have a question.
Yes.
What was it? I'm sorry.
No, take your time.
Now, since my mom actually literally told me everything last night, or as much as I can remember, is that going to affect our questions?
We're going to work through those questions.
Okay.
Because I don't want to know. I want to know what you did.
Okay.
I don't want to know what your mom did.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, it's like, since I got all this new information in my head, I don't know, you know what I mean? Does that make sense? And I'm just,
Yeah.
Because I know now.
Yeah, you're not taking a polygraph on behalf of your mom.
Right. Okay.
Right?
No, that makes sense.
Yeah. So let's just make sure we're on the same page here.
Okay.
Your focus is to clear your name.
Right.
Not your mom's name.
Right.
Okay? And that's what we want to know.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Right.
Okay.
The only reason
Does that answer your question?
The only reason I was asking is because, all the new stuff came to light, and I know things now
Right.
that I didn't know before. So I didn't know if, that's going to affect
No.
the questions. Okay.
No. We'll answer. We'll ask the right question.
Okay. I'm sorry.
And you and I. No. That's good. Valid question.
Okay.
I'm glad you asked that.
Okay.
Okay. I just want to make sure you understand where our focus is.
Okay. No, that's fine.
Does that answer your question?
No.
Okay.
Yeah.
I want to make sure you're comfortable. Anything else?
I don't think so.
All right. Cool. Okay. What I'm going to do is add two things here to you. Okay. And then we're going to see what's going to happen. I'm going to move this over here just for the time being, okay? And put these right here for you.
That's fine.
So, what I want you to do, spread your fingers just this hand here, okay?
Might be still a little wet from the bathroom.
Right here, fine. Now, these may feel big or loose.
Right.
Once I get your finger in place, you're going to be just fine, okay? So that'll be normal.
They're probably one size fits all type thing.
Yeah, they try to adjust to, the people that are
like my husband here.
Gigantors,
big fingers.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Okay, bring your hand kind of flat. There you go, so it can rest. Now, what I'm going to do is add this right to that middle finger.
Oh, okay.
Okay?
Perfect.
Now, if you would, just kind of look at that piece of paper.
Okay.
Now, let me explain something. So, part of the paper here is to help train you to focus on something to minimize your movement.
Okay.
Okay? So, if you just look at these numbers as we're going along, that should help to reduce your head movement.
Okay, I'll try.
Yeah, stuff like that. And then your hand, your other hand, whatever you want to do is fine. I just want it to be still.
Okay, I'll do my best.
So if you want to do that inside of the thigh, whatever's more natural for you is fine.
Okay.
I just don't want you moving.
Okay.
You roll in your eyes, twitching your fingers, raising your eyebrows, all this sort of stuff. This is so sensitive, it's going to pick that up.
Okay.
No, that's what we call interference.
Oh, okay.
Too much interference, we have to do more testing.
Okay.
We don't want to do that.
Right.
So just do your part to hold still,
I'll
and we'll do that. Does that make sense?
Yes.
All right, good. All right. Now, I just need to kind of more or less dial in where you're currently at with this stuff. So give me a minute here, all right?
Okay.
Just kind of hold still. You can right there. All right, so, we talked about a couple of things here. We're talking about some questions you think should be, again, did I have anything to do with this? Is that right?
Right.
Or did you think of something else? Or
I want to say I had something a minute or two ago, and I lost it. Could you come back to me with that one?
Yeah.
Okay, because I'll probably think of it and I'll try to remember it, but I was trying to focus.
All right. So here's some of the things. One thing I'm going to ask you, okay? We're obviously talking about Jacob's death.
Right.
Okay? Would you rather me use the word Jake or Jacob?
Jake.
Okay.
If you wouldn't mind.
Yeah. Jake?
Yes.
All right. So one of the questions I'm going to ask you, okay?
Okay.
Regarding Jake's death, do you intend to answer each question truthfully?
Yes.
You good with that question? Yeah. Okay.
Doing the head bob thing again.
No, that's fine for now.
Sorry.
I won't deal with that. What about this? I want to ask you, did you cause Jake's death?
No.
Now, here's what I mean when I say the word cause.
Okay.
Did you have things to do with it? Did you somehow do anything to him to cause him to die?
No.
Your involvement, all that sort of
Right.
stuff.
Okay.
You see what I'm saying?
The only thing I could say that would make that question weird is I do feel, because I didn't know that all this was happening with my mom, I do kind of feel like bad, because I feel like I could have, if I had been able to go to the police, like if she had told me more.
Okay.
To be honest, I feel like I could have maybe helped.
Okay.
I do.
So, can you focus on separating that?
Okay.
Just know that your personal involvement, not your mother's involvement.
Right.
Your involvement.
Rather just guilt, feeling, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Okay.
And again, I'm trying to put words in your mouth. So
Sorry.
correct me if otherwise. But if I'm hearing you right, you feel guilt because of what your mom told you last night.
Yes.
Okay. What if I knew?
Right.
Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Okay. So here's what I need you to put that aside, okay? Because I'm not wanting to know that.
Right.
I want to know, did Steph have anything to do with Jake's death?
Right. Okay.
Okay?
I will do my absolute
That
best.
is
Okay.
That is the point to that.
Right, exactly.
When I say that, what else is going in your mind?
Whether I actually helped or anything, I guess, right?
Okay?
Okay.
Okay? That makes sense.
Yes.
That's a good question to ask you.
It is.
Okay. So, I'm going to ask that same question,
Okay.
but slightly worded a little bit different.
Okay.
Okay? So I'm going to ask you, did you cause Jake's death?
Okay.
I'm also going to ask you, did you cause Jake's death at the ranch?
Okay.
So I'm going to ask you it twice, but the other question just at the ranch.
So it'll be two separate questions that I
Yes.
answer. Okay.
All right? You understand that?
Mhm.
All right?
Yep.
So, once again, the two questions so far, well, actually three questions.
Mhm.
Regarding Jake's death, do you intend to answer each question truthfully?
Yes.
Did you cause Jake's death?
No.
Did you cause Jake's death at the ranch?
No.
Good questions?
Yes. Great
Think
question.
of anything else?
Not right now.
Want to cover what you think you want to get covered.
I think so. I don't.
So, just in case, here's what I want to put as well.
Okay.
The third question I want to ask you here, and I think this will also help.
Okay.
Did you participate in Jake's death? And what I mean by participation is anything whatsoever.
Okay.
Okay? If you, like you said, you provide the weapon, did you help bury the weapon? Did you help with the body? I don't know, whatever. Did you have anything involving that?
And what if I did help dispose of a mattress, but I didn't realize what was going on at the time?
Okay. Was the mattress his death?
No. Okay, I'm just.
And I'm just trying to put this right in perspective.
Okay, I'm just trying to
on Jake. I don't care about his sweatshirt, his tennis shoes, his car, his mattress. I'm not worrying about that.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
It does.
Does that completely help you?
Yeah.
Can you clear that?
Yes, it is.
Okay. So I want to say, when I'm saying by participation, I'm not meaning mattress.
Oh, okay.
Okay. All right. I'm meaning him.
Him himself. Okay.
No. Or anything else with that.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yes.
Okay. So what do I mean when I say that?
That whether I helped either get rid of a gun or him or anything else.
Yeah.
Okay.
Dispose of his body, anything like that.
Right.
Does that make sense?
It does. Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Hopefully
So I'm going to ask you that. Did you participate in Jake's death?
No.
Okay. All right. I'm going to ask you a couple of other questions as well.
Okay. Should I focus over here or on you?
Right now, I'll explain all where I want you to look at. We're doing the test here in a minute.
Okay.
All right. I just had these kind of preset, and I just want, as we're listening, they kind of fell into place. I think we're going to be fine for what you're telling me, what you want to try and do to clear your name.
Right.
You see what I'm saying? If I needed to change that and have a better question, we would do so.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yes.
Okay. The other questions I'm going to ask you, similar to number 3, these are pretty generic in a sense, the ones I'm getting ready to ask.
Right.
Okay. So generic that it's probably to the point where almost a no-brainer, duh, anyone's done that, okay?
Right.
I'm not looking for that.
Okay.
I'm needing that personal connection that you can specifically recall what I'm going to ask you about. Okay. You don't need to give me the detail.
Okay.
These questions are just as important as the other questions.
Okay, and if I don't personally recall it, I say no?
Yeah, we're going to find a better question.
Okay.
Because these questions need to be related to you. It doesn't matter about your husband or anything else. This is strictly for Steph and Steph only.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yes.
Okay. So these questions here, again, they are just as important. If you blow these questions off, you're not going to do well.
Okay.
Okay? So what I'm getting at is, even though they sound generic, if it doesn't suit you, let's work together to find something that does.
Okay, so what do I say?
So here's what I'm getting at. Okay, hear me out. So, for example, without going into details here, can you recall at some point in time, any time in your life, where you made some type of a mistake?
Yes.
Okay? Specifically recall that event.
Well,
you see what I'm saying? Here's what I'm saying. Is that it's so generic that, oh yeah, sure. I'm not looking for that. Because this is an important question. Okay? I want to know, I don't need to tell you, but yeah, I remember this one time. You see what I'm saying? That's the type of response I'm looking for.
Okay?
And if you can't, no big deal. We're going to find something else that works for you.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yeah.
But can you recall a time where you made some type of mistake?
Speeding in my car?
Well, again, I don't need to know it necessarily. Okay? Is that an emotional thing, a detailed thing to you?
Not emotional, maybe, but I mean, it's a mistake.
Yeah. Well, is it a personal thing to you?
Yes. I try to be a good driver.
Okay. All right. And for some members, speeding isn't that big of a deal.
Right.
See what I'm saying?
Right.
Okay. So that is a good question to ask you?
I think so.
Okay. What about, can you ever recall, and again, you don't need to tell me the thing.
Okay.
Can you recall, though, ever saying something to somebody and then you later regretted what you said?
Yes.
Okay. Specific thing came to you? You're like, oh, yeah, I recall.
Just getting in an argument with Dave.
Yeah, again, I don't need to know, but you can't recall a bit.
Oh, yeah.
All right. What about, have you ever lied to somebody that trusted you?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So these 3 questions, we know what the real answer is to each one of these questions.
Right.
And I'm going to go over them one by one here in a minute.
Okay.
But, like the number 3, I'm going to direct you to lie to those questions.
Okay.
And again, the reason I'm saying here is I need to know that this is important to you. You're trying to do your best to to clear your name. Okay.
Okay.
They're just as valuable as any other question. Make
Okay.
sense?
So you want me to?
So what I'm going to end up doing to help you, so you know, oh yeah, this is that question he wants me to lie to.
Okay.
I'm going to give you a catchphrase, a help phrase. And I'm going
Okay.
to say, in your whole life. So when you hear me begin a question by saying that,
Okay.
the only reason that's in there is to let you know, oh yeah,
I'm supposed to.
this is the one I'm supposed to lie to.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yes.
Because I don't need you to all read more into it.
Okay,
I just want
okay.
you to listen to the question and answer it.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yes.
So here's the question that's going to be asked of you.
Okay.
In your whole life, did you ever make a mistake? You're going to tell me.
No.
That's exactly how I want you to respond. You
Okay.
got that?
Yes.
Okay. All right. The next question I'm going to ask you. In your whole life, did you ever say anything that you later regretted?
No.
Okay. You understand the same question, right?
Yes.
Okay. And the next question. In your whole life, did you ever lie to someone who trusted you?
No.
Okay. Those are good questions for you.
I think so.
Okay, fair enough. I need to ask some questions. I'm going to compare a few things too. Okay?
Okay.
So, I'm going to ask you is, are the lights on in this room?
Yes.
Okay. Are you sitting down?
Yes.
And are you now in the state of Colorado?
Yes.
Okay. Pretty easy question, right? All right. So I've got to establish those. And one more question I'm going to end up asking you as well. All right? Do you understand that I will only ask you the questions that we have reviewed?
Yes.
Okay? I'm not going to trick you.
Okay.
I'm not going to change these questions.
Okay.
You've seen me come over here because I want to make sure I got the right wording to you.
Okay.
Okay? I'm only going to ask you those questions.
Okay.
And those questions only.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yes.
Those are all good questions for you?
I think so, yes.
Okay. I'm going to ask you these questions in a series where they might be in mixed order, and they
Okay.
might be asked a couple of times.
Okay.
Okay? So it's really important that you just listen to those questions
Okay.
and then answer appropriately.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yes.
Okay. Focal point. I don't have a piece of paper like we had
Right.
before.
Okay.
I guess you could use the switch if it's, but the only thing is it might be a little bit, off, whatever. Otherwise, you maybe try to find something unique on the wall. If you're
Okay.
having a hard time, I'll create something for you. Okay?
I'll try the light switch unless that doesn't work for you.
Yeah, if that's fine for you. Okay. The reason I say that is because, again, it helps you exactly. Okay, focus and not be moving and all that sort of stuff. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Just like before, you're going to hear me say the test is about to begin. Ask all the questions. At the end, I'm going to say the test is now done.
Okay.
But we're going to run that a couple different times.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yes.
All right. Any other questions?
Okay, and you're going to say, if it's something you want me to lie to, you say, in your whole life.
Yep, there's
Okay.
those three questions
Okay.
that we went over. You want me to go over those again?
In your whole life, have you ever lied?
Have you
Someone
ever
that trusted you?
made a
Made
mistake?
a mistake?
Have you, in your whole life, did you ever say anything that you later regretted?
Mm-hmm.
In your whole life, did you ever lie to someone who trusted you?
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yes.
Okay. Need me to go over any of those?
No, I think I'm okay.
Okay. Give me a few minutes to just kind of get this plugged into the computer here, all right?
No, my stomach grumbled.
I'm sorry?
My stomach grumbled. I'll live.
I'm just trying to recenter all this stuff here,
That's
so I don't
fine.
have it crazy on my screen here.
I'm on your 10.
Okay. You good?
Yes, I think
All
we're
right.
good.
I'm going to move this out of here just a little bit. Again, I'm going to add some pressure to that cup,
Okay.
and then relax on that one, all right?
All right.
This portion of the test is about to begin. Please remain still. Do you understand I will only ask you the questions we have reviewed?
Yes.
Regarding Jake's death, do you intend to answer each question truthfully?
Yes.
Are the lights on in this room?
Yes.
In your whole life, did you ever make a mistake?
No.
Did you cause Jake's death?
No.
Are you sitting down?
Yes.
In your whole life, did you ever make a mistake?
No.
Did you cause Jake's death at the ranch?
No.
Are you now in the state of Colorado?
Yes. Oops, I think I answered that wrong. Sorry.
You're fine. Stay focused, please.
Okay, sorry.
In your whole life, did you ever lie to someone who trusted you?
No.
Did you participate in Jake's death?
No.
This portion of the test is almost over. Please do not move yet. Okay, I'll give you a few minutes to stop that, okay?
Okay.
How was that?
Okay.
Those questions all right with you?
I think so.
Yeah, yeah. Any questions harder to answer over the other?
The lie ones.
The lie ones?
Because I feel like I got mixed, because I got mixed up. I was trying to think,
Yeah.
focus, and
Yeah, you're fine with that though.
Okay.
Okay. I just want to get your body as a second to relax.
okay. So I can move a little bit.
Yes, you can.
Okay. That's the hardest part, is trying to stay still.
What you did was just fine if you just stay focused on that and keep your feet flat for
Okay.
as flat as you can. I understand that. And now I'm going to add some more pressure and then back that off again.
Okay.
Okay, go ahead and focus back where you're at.
Okay.
This portion of the test is about to begin. Please remain still. Do you understand? I will only ask you the questions we have reviewed.
Yes.
Regarding Jake's death, do you intend to answer each question truthfully?
Yes.
Are you sitting down?
Yes.
In your whole life, did you ever lie to someone who trusted you?
No.
Did you cause Jake's death at the ranch?
No.
Are you now in the state of Colorado?
No. Yeah.
In your whole life, did you ever make a mistake?
No.
Did you participate in Jake's death?
No.
Are the lights on in this room?
Yes.
In your whole life, did you ever say anything that you later regretted?
No.
Did you cause Jake's death?
No.
This portion of the test is almost over. Please do not move yet. Oh, okay, you can kind of move around a little bit. How you doing?
Okay.
You all right?
So my back hurts a little bit.
Okay, do you stand up?
Yeah, probably would be a good
Okay, go
idea.
ahead and stand up.
Okay.
You're not going to hurt any of that for a second.
Okay.
Get you resettled in there.
Okay. I don't want
Will you drink of water?
Yeah.
Okay. Good.
Plastic chair's not exactly.
Yeah, I understand that. Yes. Okay.
That's the hardest part of sitting that still.
Yeah.
Not used to it.
Yeah, if you're not, you know, if you're not used to just sitting for so long.
I forgot I had these dangly things. I was like, what are those?
All right. Can you hang in there to try and do at least one more chart
I
here?
think so. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. As long as my back stays with me, I'm doing okay.
You all right now? You
Yeah.
stand up,
I
stood
think
up a
so.
little bit?
I think so, yeah.
Okay.
That's the main part that's hurting.
Yeah. How bad is the pain? Or is there pain?
It's like, it's just right here, like where it's pressing into
Because
my
of
back.
the back with
Yeah.
that chain of the
Yeah,
thing?
I mean, I was okay, just going right across the part where I twisted it the other day.
Okay.
So, thought I was getting better.
Are you able to focus on
I
the
think so,
question?
I'm trying, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Good enough. All right. Well, if you're ready,
I'll do my best to work through it, and it won't take longer than we have
go
to.
ahead and put your feet back there for me. Okay. Are you ready?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm going to add some pressure, and we'll get these things dialed in again.
Okay. So if I need to cough, do I just tell you?
No,
Or just cough?
just
Okay.
do it. It's just like those other times when you're talking. I just make the note
Okay.
and move on. Okay. I'm going to redo this here just real quick.
Okay.
And then put that back. Is that wrong? Your finger?
Yeah, yeah. I wasn't trying to move too much, sorry.
Oh, you're fine. This portion of the test is about to begin. Please remain still. Do you understand I will only ask you the questions we have reviewed?
Yes.
Regarding Jake's death, do you intend to answer each question truthfully?
Yes.
Are you now in the state of Colorado?
Yes.
In your whole life, did you ever say anything you later regretted?
No.
Did you participate in Jake's death?
No.
Are the lights on in this room?
Yes.
In your whole life, did you ever lie to someone who trusted you?
No.
Did you cause Jake's death?
No.
Are you sitting down?
Yes.
Are you now in the state of Colorado?
Yes.
In your whole life, did you ever make a mistake?
No.
Did you cause Jake's death at the branch?
No.
This portion of the test is almost over. Please do not move yet. Oh, how you doing?
I'm okay.
Getting sleepy?
A little bit.
Yeah.
I haven't slept very well, so sitting here's kind of like...
Yeah, especially when we're in this kind of a lull, the way that format's going.
Yeah, sorry.
Did you have any problem answering one question over another?
It felt like the Colorado one threw me a couple times.
The Colorado one?
I don't know why.
Okay.
I think I got it mixed up with the live questions.
I understand.
Yeah.
Sure. Anything else?
I don't think so.
Okay. So those live questions, were those difficult to answer?
Kind of. Because you had to like double think, like, okay, he said ever in your life, and then had to separate that from the, like, are you in Colorado? And like, that was the only part that really, like, I had to think about.
Sure. What about those other types of questions, like, are you in Colorado, stuff like that? Were those a little easier, or?
Yeah, well, I just felt like I had to think about it more because I had to differentiate whether you wanted me to lie about it or not.
Okay. What about the questions involving Jake?
No.
Do any of those impact you at all?
No.
Okay. All right. So here's what we know. I'm going to take this stuff off.
Okay.
I can tell you're starting to get a little tired.
Sorry.
No. That's not fun.
Okay.
What I want to do is I'm going to have someone else look at the data part stuff.
Okay.
And because you're a little tired, sometimes we need to do more testing, sometimes we don't. Okay. But tomorrow might be a better day. We'll be more refreshed.
Yeah, maybe I'll try to sleep more.
Yeah, so here's where I'm coming from. If we need to do more testing, would you be willing to come in tomorrow?
At some point, I think I do have a few things I need to do.
Okay.
But I need to do what I need to do.
Okay.
You know?
All right. So you're okay with that?
Yeah, I don't want to keep you in Gunnison longer.
We just want to get things resolved.
Right.
And we want to take the right time.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yes.
Okay. I don't know if we're going to need to or not, but that's what I was just asking if you...
Okay, I got to do what I got to do. You know, I do have a few things to do tomorrow, so if we could try to arrange it around that.
Well, I will let those other people know as well. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to take this stuff off.
Okay.
Just kind of raise your arms up.
Okay, I'm going to sit on.
No, you're just fine. Okay. I'm going to get that cuff off your leg. Just a second.
Those are actually more uncomfortable than cuffs. I didn't realize.
You don't quite realize them.
When you take it off.
Yes, exactly. Do you have any questions of me, Steph?
No.
Let me ask you, how were your treatments today?
Good. Very well, thank you.
Got anything you want to address?
No, I think everyone actually has been very awesome.
Okay, perfect. All right. So here, let's see. So I'm sure your husband also waited.
But I'm he's probably out there by now.
Okay. Go ahead and notice about 8:09 p.m.
Wow.
And, yeah, time flies when you're having fun.
Wow, geez, you just wouldn't think. I guess you don't realize the outside world is not really visible to you.
Sure. All right. So here's what we're going to do. You just came in with just that pamphlet, I believe.
Yeah, I did.
Right?
Yes, I answered my life.
Go ahead and get that, your bottle of water, and I'll walk you right out here.
Cool.
And then we'll go from there.
Okay.
All right. Thanks for coming in.
Thank you.
All right.
Stephanie Jackson fails her polygraph. Please set up another, which she also fails. Later, she admits to finding Jake's body in the manure pile months previously. Armed with this information, police question her further about the murder.
Oh, you haven't had anything to eat. Do you want something to eat?
What do we got?
There's a few cupcakes out there.
Oh, I'll take a cupcake. Thank you. Okay.
Water to drink?
I've got my doctor has all those. Oh,
They're so small, they might make it one.
I'll probably maybe have to.
Oh, you can have them all. They're small.
Oh, thank you.
I just gave you a mixture of the two kinds.
Appreciate it.
Okay, so. How many times does it make that we've met? 3, right?
4? 3 or 4?
Yeah, the ranch.
And that
And like Jody told you, I'm also a polygraph examiner. The only reason I don't do the polygraphs is because I'm one of the case investigators.
Oh, I see. And you have to have like an outside.
Right. It wouldn't be objective for me to do the polygraphs, right? That's why we bring other people in, Tyler and Jody. And like when you talk to me and Brooks, no matter what happens in this room today, you're going back to the ranch. Okay? You know where the restroom is. If you want to stop talking to us, you can. If you want to, if you're ready to leave, you tell us. You go. I need to go.
Technically, my right now.
Oh, okay. Well, we will get you home. If you need to go, you tell us, okay?
I'm okay.
But just like with Brooks, you know, we're wanting to put some closure to this date. And at this point, you're the only thing keeping this from getting closed.
Okay.
And I know you know exactly what happened when those last few days around this. And try not to get into the mode of, no, I don't, because like I said, I am a polygraph examiner. So what I know about those is just like she said, we're past the point of you denying that you have told us about your involvement in this, okay? You've taken 2 tests. You took the first one, you failed, and you gave an admission, right? And you failed because you hadn't told us that admission, which was finding the body a couple of months earlier.
Right.
And so this test is there's still something that you're not telling us about this.
Right. I'm trying to think what I could have been thinking of. It could have messed me up. I think the only thing I can think of is I've been trying to think back to the last, say, 5 years of my life, you know, and when Mom would get mad at Jake for something, she'd often say, well, one day, I'm just going to shoot. And she maybe said it 2 or 3 times over the course of 5 years or so. 3 years, I guess. And I never...
you knowing that it was going to escalate to this trial, still puts you in a different position as your mom is in.
Right. I never, because she was always like her baby, you know, or her favorite. I thought she was just blowing smoke.
Except towards the end there.
Right, but she never said it. I don't think she ever said it down towards the end there.
No, but she obviously disliked him.
Right.
And
but I don't
was bonding more with you.
Right.
Towards the end there.
Right.
I mean, she obviously had shifted.
Right.
You know, when you came back and you took an interest in the ranch and you had a grandson, and that is the life she wanted at the ranch. She wanted family, kids.
Right.
Jake wasn't interested in the ranch, was not going to stay there.
Right.
And I think you have a clearer picture of why she did it. She may have said something leading up to those days that was her intent. And I'm just going to tell you what I think based on everything I know.
Okay.
So we have this will in April.
Uh-huh.
We have your mom and Jake not getting along. I mean, even you said it was strange. Your mom said it was strange. She didn't like what he was doing. You know, she didn't think he was doing enough around the ranch. He had no interest in the ranch. You're off that he would even consider selling the ranch, right? And I think that is what was leading up to her getting rid of him.
Okay.
But see, I think you kind of knew those conversations with your mom. I think she probably told you that she was pissed that you wanted to get rid of the ranch.
Oh yeah, that kind of stuff. Yeah.
I think that you remember the day we went out there and you said you think he saw the will and that pissed him off and he went off and he ran off and then he left town. He may have seen the will. And it would piss him off if he saw that will, right?
Right.
Because it left it to you.
Right.
And I envision that will, then your mom had asked him to leave and he didn't want to leave.
She had asked him to leave over the course of quite a few times, I believe.
Right. So I think you guys got to the point of, okay, Jacob, you have no future here. I am going to leave Stephanie the ranch. You really need to move on. The ranch is not going to be yours, right?
I could see that conversation maybe happening, but yeah.
But I could see you being a part of it, and maybe that's the part you don't want. Because, you wanted to help your mom, right?
I did.
You wanted Jacob out of there?
Right.
And you would help her get Jacob out of there. I'm not saying you shot him.
No,
I'm saying that the concept of we need to get rid of Jacob was a joint concept because Jacob was refusing to leave the ranch voluntarily, right? He just basically wasn't listening to her.
Well, he never listened to her.
Right.
But we never had a conversation about, getting rid of Jake. The only time, I told her over the course of a couple of years that, you need to kick him out. I mean, he's not good for you, not good for him, anybody. And I would say, yes, for sure, I encouraged her to kick him out.
Right.
But we never had,
in your conversations of encouraging to kick her out, was it ever any of those odd times where she said that she's so pissed at him that she'd just say, I'm just going to shoot him?
I don't believe so. But, 5 years ago, 3 years ago,
2 years ago.
Well, towards the end there, yeah.
May 2015 is when he was killed.
Really?
May 16th.
I didn't even have a date.
Well, see, and see, that's where you're at a disadvantage, because we've been talking to people, we've been processing the evidence, we've been going through Jake's phone. So now we know we have a timeline of those last few days.
Okay.
And so we know more.
She had said that, and this was before, I'm trying to think of end of April or so. She had said that she told me, Jake's going to this thing. She said first he was going to go up to Seattle and get a job with this guy, and then he was going to go away for 6 to 8 weeks, and then she said when he was gone, when he called, she was going to kick him out. That was her plan.
Okay. And at no time when she's telling you he's missing, you have any idea that she killed him?
No. Honestly, no. And I didn't know, she didn't report him, she didn't say he was missing or whatever. His friends and dad were obviously a lot more, because I didn't know that he had obviously told anybody else he was leaving. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
Obviously he didn't, because, this happened. But that was when I started thinking that was weird, but I thought, well, maybe he's just running away and trying to get a new life. But, no, she said that she was going to kick him out while he was already gone, basically. She thought that would be easier. And I said, well, how are he's going to come back here, to get his stuff? She's like, well, we'll just deal with that when that happens, or whatever. It wasn't ever, we didn't really talk about how to get him out of the house or anything. That was all her decision.
Okay. But, so the whole purpose of us bringing you back here today was you made that admission that you guys found the body and chose not to report it, right? And so we didn't know whether or not that admission would have made a difference, right? That you're telling us the whole truth, the truth, nothing but the truth will help you God, right?
Right.
That's why we brought you back in for a second calling, right? Because we still don't know, even though you made that admission of finding him 2 months before.
Right.
That still doesn't clear you of shooting him or helping her earlier, right? You just gave us the story about finding the body 2 months before.
Right. No, I understand.
So we bring you back in, and you should pass the test, because if you didn't shoot him and you didn't help her sooner, then you should have been fine on this test.
Yes, I didn't shoot him and I didn't help her.
And
I don't know.
And I think part of the problem is, I think you do know what you did. And
I didn't do anything.
You know something about those few days of when your mom shot. And see, here's the thing. The fact that you found, you guys found him 2 months earlier and you helped her cover it up at that point, right? is no different than you helping her the day after. I'm not saying you knew she was going to do it, but your mom would have come to you for help. Only you, not Dave. I believe she wouldn't go to Dave. She would come to you for help. She didn't. And so the hair and the prints on the tape are not going to come back to you.
It's highly unlikely, because I did not help her. I did not help her. The only thing I helped her do that I did not intend, I didn't know I was helping her do anything with the mattress. I did not help her fucking drag his ass out of the freaking house.
Because her story is not truthful either about how she got out of the house. We know that. We know that version is not how it happened. She had help getting the body out of the house, and there's only two people there, you and Dave. No, you didn't live there. If you were going out there for horse race,
right?
You were the one that could go there, right? Dave never really felt he could go there,
right?
And Dave's not blood. I mean, you're not going to trust somebody like Dave, knowing that, oh crap, my mom just killed somebody, and I helped stick him in a manure pile.
I didn't. I swear, on my child's head, I did not.
You know, that's the sign that people, when people do that, start swearing on things.
Sorry, but
It's not a truthful statement.
I did not help her.
You don't want to admit you helped her.
No, I did not. Did not help her with any of it.
Okay, were you having conversations with Jake about that? Will, were you throwing that up in his face?
No. I never even talked to Jake. Never. We saw each other in passing on occasion. And
You guys didn't argue. You guys wouldn't have fights about the ranch.
No.
There was no communication between you.
Zero.
You just passed one another and
Ignored each other.
And you weren't helping your mom trying to get him to leave.
Not trying to get him to leave. I told her I thought he needed to leave.
Right, but I mean, you didn't make comments to Jake?
No.
Personally, for her, on her behalf?
Absolutely not.
You never spoke to him about leaving the ranch?
No. I didn't want to talk to him. I had no reason to talk to him. The last time I talked to my brother was before we even moved there. And it was a phone conversation when he got mad at Dave for lighting off a mini cannon while him and his buddies were staying for the weekend or something. That was the last conversation I'd ever had with Jake. And that was before we even moved from Denver to Remington.
What did you mean when you said, when you told Jody that you thought she was making more of the abuse story than it's true?
I just, that's what my mom does.
Explain that.
I would doubt that there was some abuse, but I don't think that there would have been, I don't think he would have been choking her out, or I could see him maybe sitting on her, but I don't see him choking her out to the point of passing out, because first of all, I don't see her being able to, even at her top condition, be able to not have to go to the hospital because of something like that. And I know that some things were probably thrown, and there was probably a lot of threats made to her. But as far as I don't think that I think she's over-exaggerating the abuse probably.
Okay. So, would she get rid of him just because he wanted to sell the ranch? And that's pissing her off?
Oh, possibly.
I mean, does the ranch mean that much to her?
I mean, Mom and Rudy were trying to sell it back in the late 90s, early 2000s. I mean, but I don't know why else. I don't know why else. I mean, like I said, I could see some abuse happening. I think she probably over-exaggerated it to you guys, because nobody ever saw it. They never saw any. I mean, if you get choked out by somebody, I would imagine you go to the hospital most of the time. I mean, you
about this?
Like 2 days after you guys came out. Oh,
You mean after the search thing?
yeah,
Way back when the body or something?
yeah. I don't talk to her about. I told her
When was the last time you talked to her about anything?
yesterday we talked about goats,
Okay, what was that conversation?
4-H goats, and then all in it has to do 4-H, and my aunt was sitting there with us, and we were talking about 4-H goats and what goats to get, and but as far as conversation about it, I really have kind of avoided her the last month or so. Only talk to her when I have to.
She would protect you at any cost.
Maybe. I often have been thinking, what if I don't know how to react to somebody that would take their son's life.
Yeah, but you have to see it from our
No, I
perspective.
understand.
You knew about her taking your brother's life, and your first instinct was not to call the police, it was to call your mom. And you can tell that bear story, rib thing, all you want, but there's not a soul in this world that's going to believe the three of you people thought that was some kind of illegal game or some animal. Because if you see something, the last thing people do is stand at a distance, don't want to go near it, and run and call somebody else. Just the fact that you guys wouldn't go near it means you knew exactly what was in that bag, in that manure pile. And then you run to call your mom first instead of calling the police. She's not even there. You don't even have to worry about her knowing that you called, right?
That's true.
But you went and called her. And you called her because you knew before those two guys even knew. I think you knew after it happened because your mom needed your help. And before you keep denying, I'm telling you, the fact that you helped her 2 days after is no different than helping her a year and a half after. That is the same thing. The fact that you chose not to tell the police a year and a half later when the body gets exposed by animals and you're all of a sudden in a panic, right? And you don't call the police. You tell them not to call the police. You go call mom. It's because you knew it was in the manure pile because you knew it was there earlier than they did. Your mom was confide in you. Your mom's going to protect you. And I'm not here telling you that we're looking to put both of you behind bars. I'm wanting you to just flat out rip off the Band-Aid and tell us exactly what happened because you knew it before that 2 months.
No, I didn't.
That's why you are having a problem with this test and the other guys didn't.
But I swear I did not help her. I know it's insane.
No.
Because I think it's insane that she somehow managed to do whatever she did. So I understand
Right.
where you guys are coming from. I really, truly do.
You understand that you helping her the day after is no different than you guys not calling the police a year and a half
But
later.
I didn't help her the day after.
What is your worst fear of telling us really what happened? What is your worst fear of this whole scenario? We went through this the time with Brooks, remember? You denied, right? Until finally you gave up. We found the body 2 months earlier. This happens to everybody.
No,
But everybody has to work themselves up to telling the truth.
I didn't help her.
Okay, what did you do though? When did you know that it was? Did she tell you about it before?
No. We all had our stupid suspicions forever, but
No, there's an act, there's a conversation, there's a something that's between you and your mom and Jacob's death that doesn't involve Jeremy or Dave. Because Jeremy and Dave did fine today. When they say all they knew was 2 months before, then that's all they knew. That's what their issue was. You have another issue. There's something between you, your mom, and Jacob prior to this whole bones being exposed incident. And that's why you're not passing this test. And there's really nothing that you can say now that hurts your mom anymore. I mean, she's confessed to to shooting someone in their sleep. Right? Right? She's willing to fall on that sword, take responsibility, go to prison. What she's not willing is to give you up. And we know you're involved. But you need to be the one to tell us, just like we said before. If you knew there was problems between them, and you knew your mom was planning it, that's a lot different than actually pulling the trigger. And at this point, we still don't know that you didn't pull the trigger. And that's because you know what everybody's thinking, right? Everybody. You know what the thought is? Is that that you did it, and your mom is falling on her sword for you because she's got cancer and is going to die. And that she had nothing to do with it, right? But she's willing to sacrifice for you. What do you say to those people? That they're wrong? You wouldn't have killed him to defend your mom?
Only if I saw it happening, and I never did. And I wouldn't have just shot him in his bed. I never saw him beating her up.
Yeah, but that's not the anguish she was having with him. The anguish she was having with him was over the ranch. The fact that he was pushing her to fill out some paperwork. He was pushing her to put the ranch in his name. Knowing full well that as soon as he got the ranch, he was going to sell that ranch.
That was right. We all know that.
Right. There is what I think you know about this, and you're not relaying. You know why this happened. It's not the abuse. There was another reason that this whole thing went on, right? He was somebody that wanted the ranch and wanted to sell it. He wasn't going to leave, even if you asked him to leave. And she's right. A restraining order? So you get a restraining order. He can go back anytime. Right?
He hasn't. In theory, yeah. She works nights, but I mean, she can't stop him.
Right. I think there's something about why this happened that you know, yet she's given us this story about the abuse and it was her or him. Well, it was her or him over the ranch, not her or him. People's lives are at stake, right?
Right.
The ranch is at stake.
Right. I can see that.
Right. But you can't tell me I see that. I think you know what was happening those last few days. I think you know why this happened, why your mom did it. And I think you knew sooner, whether you wanted to admit it or not. You know Jake didn't just run off. Your mom was getting fed up with him. You're the one that saw her at the ranch. You were the one that was helping her through that gallbladder thing. This literally happened around her gallbladder surgery. You were taking her to her appointments. So there's something about that time frame you knew was about to happen or did happen. And you knew right after it happened. And I think she had you help her. Because she's this big, she's this thin, and he was 170 pounds, 6 foot tall. And we went through this with Brooks, remember, at the ranch. You know, they interviewed you at the ranch, right? Well, we knew you a couple months, and you didn't say anything, right? And Brooks and Jack do it, and you act all surprised that he's out there in the manure pile. So it's not, you're asking us to all of a sudden believe right now that you had nothing to do with it, even though we've given you every opportunity to tell the truth, and the only time you come forward is if you have to come forward, right? I mean, okay, there were several times you could have told us. Could have told us. You could have told Jack and Brooks at the ranch that day, but instead you pretended like it was a complete surprise that he was dead on the ranch, even though you full well knew he was there, right?
Just after those 2 months, I did not know she was freaking dead. I know you.
It's not just me. Everybody believes you were involved.
It's unfortunate for them.
No, it's unfortunate for you. Because right now, you failed the polygraph regarding whether you shot him or whether you helped move that body out of the house. Those are pretty specific questions.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm trying to get you
I know,
an
but
out.
I can't. I'm not.
And I already told you, you're leaving today.
Can I have just a minute?
Uh-huh.
Give you information that I literally don't have.
You literally know something.
She never told me that she shot him. I did not help her get him out of the house. I don't know who did. I thought it was a little convenient that all of a sudden she's having all these issues with him, and then he's magically going on a trip to go work. But I literally don't know what else to say, because I know she never said anything to me about it, and I did not help her drag him out of the house. And I do believe you're right about it's got to be more the ranch situation than it is a view situation, because that makes a lot more sense.
What do you think will happen if the hairs or prints on the duct tape come back to you?
I'll be arrested.
For what? What do you think the charge will be then?
Murder or disposal of a body?
Nope. First degree. Because we are giving you an opportunity to cooperate. And we've been down this road. You only cooperate when you think you have to cooperate. And I'm asking you to do the right thing and just tell us exactly the truth. You know, there's only one truth, right, in every story?
Yeah.
And we keep getting, we got a couple of versions from you guys, you and Dave to begin with, all out of the ranch, right? Both of us. You know, me and Bob got a version. Jack and Brooks got a version. Jody got a version. Tyler got a version. All I'm asking you to do is have the willpower to sit there in that chair and just tell me exactly what happened and your involvement. And then you're going home and somehow you have the willpower to do the right thing. Because I believe you were involved. I am a polygraph specialist. I've given those tests. And we come up with those questions because we want to clear people. And if you can't pass those tests, it means you did one of those two things. You either shot him or you helped move him. And I'm telling you, if you're withholding about the moving him, we may be able to prove that anyway. There's hairs and prints on the tape. We're having the gun tested for DNA. I'm giving you a chance to get in front of it and telling you that you helped her the day after because she came to you and said, Steph, I did something. And of course, she's your mom. And you're going to help her. You're going to try to protect her. Because that's what daughters do. And that's what moms do. Right? But I'm telling you, what you did the day after is like what you did a year and a half later. But you're trying to go down the road of telling us nothing. And so when we ended up getting evidence saying you did, then we're going to think, okay, well, she was just as responsible for pulling the trigger. Because we gave her every chance in the book to try to tell us how she cooperated, what she did for her mom right after the fact. Nobody would blame you for helping Deb. And it would have been too late by then, right? I agree with you. Right. I didn't help her. I definitely didn't shoot him.
So what are you hiding then?
I don't even know. Okay, Steph, what is the complete truth about this thing? Because there is something. You do know that there's something.
There's got to be something, but I did not shoot him, and I did not help her get him out of the house.
Did she tell you a lot sooner that she killed him, and you just chose not to tell Jeremy or Dave?
No.
Because she's certainly not shy about it. So I can certainly see
Not
her
now.
No, I can certainly see her telling you. I mean,
she just never told me. I think that I could probably see more warning signs because I was out there about that something was going to happen. And
okay, tell us about the warning signs.
well, she, besides the whole "one of these days I'm just going to shoot him" comments, she made and I only found it by accident, she made she had him sign a paper that was it was like a deed paper, okay? And it had coordinates on it and stuff. And I found it in her glove box, and I asked her, "Now, what is it?" And she said, "Oh, it's a fake deed for the 40 acres up above." And I was like, "A fake one?" I go, "What does that mean?" She said, "Oh, well, Jake thinks I filed it, so the whole ranch is in his name, but I didn't." I was like, "So what does that mean?" I guess she had gone out and bought, she typed this thing up with the coordinates or whatever, and then he signed it and she signed it, and she had actually gone out and bought a filed stamp.
The notary?
Oh, like a file, something that says filed on it, a filed stamp. And so I knew about that, which I don't know what happened to that paper.
And where is that in relation to May?
I think it was a couple months before.
2015.
Okay, a couple months before. So there was that, and then there was just the one day we were sitting in the car. She was getting ready to drop me off at the apartment. And I think it was after a doctor's appointment for the gallbladder thing. And he called her up on the phone and was yelling at her about a toolbox that he had given Dave.
And no, she had given Dave like a trunk's toolbox type thing. And he was just I couldn't really hear what was said over the phone, but I could hear that he was yelling. And she got off the phone with him, and she, talking about the toolbox, how it wasn't his and it was hers, and she could give it to whoever she wanted, and whatever, and she left it at that, and, we sat in the car for a minute, because she was driving. She was going to drive back out to the house. She says, I'm just done. I said, well, done with what? Done with him? Are you going to kick him out finally? She's like, well, I don't know how to do that. I'm like, okay, well, you need to kick him out. I was like, why don't you, I don't know, you're going to have to get an eviction, probably. And so we talked very briefly, about her evicting him, and then maybe a week later, all of a sudden, she starts talking about him taking this trip to Seattle to go, he found this place he wanted to go work. And so he, I don't know when he left for that, to be honest. I don't know what, I don't know the date, sorry. But, and so all of a sudden he, is magically going to be gone on this thing. And then he supposedly came back for a day. I wasn't at the ranch, I was home. And then left him. And I'm trying to think of the date. It would have been mid-May probably, is when she said he had gone to this trip. And I asked her, well, who do you go with? Because I thought I knew most of his friends. And she said, oh, just some guys from the martial arts thing.
Or did you ever see that his vehicle was gone? I'm assuming he had a party.
She said that he went with a group of guys. That he went with them. He didn't drive, he went with them. Taking a car or truck or whatever. So, okay, whatever. And then, that whole week, I honestly don't know what I was doing. I was there, and I know I took a one-day trip to Denver at some point to go get, what did we do? Anyway, and then a couple days after that, she called me and said, oh, well, Jake left. I'm like, okay, where'd he go? Oh, he went to Reno, Nevada. Okay, is that who'd he go with? Well, I don't know. I don't know the kid's name. It was just in a big truck. Okay. And then I was like, well, when's he going to be back? About 6 to 8 weeks. I was like, okay. She's like, I think what I'm going to do is while he's gone, I'm going to kick him out over the phone. I'm like, okay. I don't know what. Maybe that delays the, I don't know, not doing it in front of him, I guess, so that's helpful. I don't know how that's exactly going to help Mom. But, okay. And so, I'm sorry, she was supposed to call at some point and then come down and get more stuff, is what she said, in a few weeks. And then go back. More clothes or something. I don't particularly remember what she said. And she said he was going to pick up, one of his vehicles or something and take it back. Okay. And then I'd ask, did he call? Did you talk to him? Did you kick him out? I mean, what's going on? Because my thought was, if it doesn't, with how much he wanted the ranch, it's not like if she would just, even if she kicked it out at a distance, that's not really solving anything.
not, you can drive back here. You know,
Right.
it's not solving anything, so I don't understand why that was her mindset, but I guess she thought, or trying to making me believe whatever, that was easier. Because she had said over the years, multiple times, that she, you know, couldn't kick him out because he burned the place down or whatever. He'd attack her in the middle of the night. I don't know how much that's true. I didn't see him being mad enough to maybe burn the place down if he got mad, but I don't know about, like, coming in there and killing everybody or anything.
Unfortunately, the info that you're providing us
I
now,
know. Doesn't help. Okay.
well, no, I'm not saying it doesn't help, but it doesn't address the fact that you failed the test where you were asked, did you shoot Jake?
I know.
Or did you help move his body? Those are actions. You're talking about, you know, conversations and beliefs, and she's trying to trick you into thinking that he just ran off, right? Even though you know she really wants to get rid of him, right? She wants to get rid of him. So do you see how this test and the details you're giving us aren't even in the same ballpark, right?
Okay.
The test is what you did.
Mm-hmm.
And our whole purpose today was to clear you of being involved in that initial
I understand.
of wanting him dead, pulling the trigger, moving his body out, and hiding it, right?
No, I understand that. Yes, sorry.
And you failed it. You need to get around the grip of there's an action you took or an action you didn't take that caused you to fail this test. Did she tell you he was going to kill him and you took no action to stop it?
No. Well, I guess she did text me and say she wanted to freaking, she's just going to shoot him, and I didn't say anything to anybody.
And when was the most recent, to May 2015, that she said that?
I really don't remember.
Are you talking years? Are you talking the fight on the phone with the gallbladder? Are you talking when he found out about this fake deed that she cooked up?
I don't know if he ever found out that was fake, to be honest with you.
Okay.
I don't know much about that.
What about the will, though? Because you brought that up out at the ranch.
Right.
So that's obviously something that happened. Because you actually made a point to tell us.
Right.
Maybe he saw the will and he ran off. And I said, why would he walk away from the ranch? Right? Because that's what a high dollar ranch, right? And you said, well, because he just got mad and he was fed up with it.
I can see both, but obviously now that was wrong. But I don't remember when the most recent time she had said that to me specifically. But I know she had said it to me probably 2 or 3 times over the course of a while. And I just thought,
You never got in Jake's face? Were you afraid of him?
yeah, a little bit.
And
But I never had it.
You never argued over the ranch with him? Like, no, this isn't going to be your ranch.
No.
You don't do around here.
Mm-hmm.
I'm the one that's doing this. I'm the one earning money. You guys never
Never
thought
thought. No.
about the ranch.
No. He stayed in his corner and I stayed in mine. And I was usually there, got my work done, and was gone by the time he even got out of bed. And I made sure of it. Because Mom told me, don't ever be alone with Jake on the ranch. And just watch out for him. And unfortunately, I think she may have created more of a problem between us than what there might have actually been.
So, was her comment to you? Did you feel it was him or you?
No. I always thought there might be eventually some way to work it out. I didn't want to be estranged from my brother forever.
Well, when you
been estranged from since you were a little kid, and
Yeah.
it seemed to bother you, but
I did bother me a little bit, but I always thought that, if you would just go out in the world a little bit, grow up, that he would be a better off and be a better person. And unfortunately, that never really happened. But Mom never specifically told me I shot him. I didn't help remove his body. The only thing I can say is that she had made comments to me about someday I'm just going to shoot him. And I never, for whatever reason, took him seriously.
did you ever say it sounds good?
No. I said that's not really the way to solve problems.
Do you know how to shoot them?
Some of them.
Okay. Do you know where your mom kept her weapon?
All over the place.
And her special one?
Usually in her room.
Do you know where in her room?
Some of them in the closet, some of them under her bed, and it's been that way for 20 years.
And in the last couple of years, when's the last time you used any of her weapons?
I mostly used mine, like me and Dave's.
Okay. So your DNA should be on the gun that
I don't
killed
think
Dave.
so. I don't think I shot her gun.
There's no thinking.
No.
You either fired the weapon that killed him or you didn't.
No, I didn't.
So if there is DNA of yours on that weapon, then you shot Jake?
I guess so, but there shouldn't be, because I don't remember ever shooting. I don't remember shooting that gun in the last. I'm sure I probably shot it before, but I don't remember when.
And therein lies the out. A person who had nothing to do with this would have said, I've never shot that gun.
But I don't know
My
if
friend
or not.
won't be on that gun. And initially you said, shouldn't be, don't think so. If they are,
I don't remember. I'm sure I had shot that gun at some point. She's had it forever. But not any time recently. Ever.
okay, so this is the route you want to take.
I don't know.
You want us to prove that you helped her move it, and you want us to prove that you shot that weapon. Because this is the time to cooperate.
I understand.
This is the time to tell us your involvement, so we can say, yep, she came clean.
Sorry, you're got some of the lab results.
Okay. So it's definitely you and your mother. You've lied all the way through this, right? This is your chance to get some softer consequences at this point, okay? Your mom did not move that body by herself. Like I said, you're leaving today, but your option is you can tell us your involvement now, or we proceed with the evidence, which says it's both you and your mother. It'll play out. It was over the ranch. I have a will that says it was going to you. Your mom's taking the fall because she's dying. So this is it. This is the moment of truth. You hit a moment of truth with me and Brooks, and you told us about Dave and Jeremy coming upon the body. You ran to call Mom. Oh, now what? We already know how this played out.
We have the evidence on how this played out.
I'd like a lawyer since you don't seem to want to talk to me. I can't. There's nothing I can say to you. Because apparently, you've got all this stuff that... I didn't do anything.
You want to call Dave for a ride, or you want us to take you out there?
I think I'll walk.
What time is it?
1650.
Convinced Stephanie knows more than she's telling, detectives head back to speak with Deborah Rudebar at the ranch. They question her about exactly what role Stephanie played in the murder.
Jeremy's got a couple questions for you about the phone call I received from Steph.
Oh. Well, that was quick.
You mean besides wanting me dead, why don't I commit suicide and get it all over with?
That's what she said?
Yeah.
I'm confused. What was
She
this?
said, I'm going to jail because of you. I want you to curl up and die. Why don't you commit suicide before? And that sort of thing.
Okay, we just talked to Deb. And this is probably the last time we're going to talk to you about this issue, right? Because everybody's got to move on, and we can't spend forever trying to figure this caper out, right?
Yeah.
So what Deb told us was...
Stephanie.
Sorry. What Steph told us is that you told her, I'm going to shoot that fucker, and she did nothing to stop you. What is it about that?
I never said that. I never said that.
Ever?
Maybe. No, I never said that. That's something she came up with after she found out about everything. I never, ever said that. And she was not even here at the time when I did it.
Deb, are you just trying to protect her?
No. No, she knew nothing about it.
Then why did she fail the test that said, did you shoot Jake or did you move the body?
She never moved the body. I did all that. She never shot him, but she is of a personality that would never be able to pass a lie detector test, no matter what you ask her.
And why are you saying that?
Because she is a personality like her father's, and there's no way he would ever pass a lie detector test either. He never did.
You know why we don't believe Steph? It's because she's never told us the truth. Remember the first day I came here and I talked to you and you told me there was a few things in there that you wiggled on, right?
Yeah, but I never lied.
Well, you lied about the gun going in the dam, but
no,
there was a few things you might have wiggled on, right?
Yeah.
But
really,
we've talked to Steph like 5 times now, right?
Yeah.
Different people, different investigators.
Uh-huh.
And she's never managed to tell the truth, right?
She never
tells the truth. She has been caught in lies.
Yes.
Each time.
Yes. She never tells the truth.
Right. And there's no reason for us to believe that she did not help you move him.
She did not help me move him. I totally did that on my own.
But you would say that just to protect her, though.
No, I'm willing to take whatever. I have passed and not passed questions on lie detector tests. She did not help me to move. They did not start the backhoe or anything else. I did all of that.
Was she encouraging you to get rid of Jacob?
Yes. I mean, she was encouraging me to get rid of whatever remains were in there.
Right, but when did that occur?
Recently.
Was that after me and Bob came out and talked to you guys the first time? It was obviously before we found him.
Yeah.
We found him July 17th.
Yeah, it was well before that.
Me and him came out here June 27th to talk to you guys about missing persons, right?
Yeah.
Was it before
After
us?
that and before the rest of it.
Okay.
Not long after that. But there's no way she would ever pass a lie detector test because she cannot.
I think she didn't pass because she knew you were at that point with Jake.
Could be because he was threatened. He was threatening me, and I was scared to death that he was going to pull something.
Well, she says she doesn't really believe the abuse thing. She says it's over the ranch. The fact that
wasn't
Jacob
here.
wanted the ranch so bad, and the first thing he'd do with it when he got it was he'd sell it.
Yeah.
And that in itself is what upsets you to the point where he wouldn't leave voluntarily, so...
I had it set up in the will and everything else that it would either go directly to Stephanie or to both of them. The only time I ever put it totally in Stephanie was just before I went in for the surgery type of thing. And I didn't want to go under the anesthesia and stuff because I'd had several of my family not make it through anesthesia. And I knew she would share, but I knew Jake wouldn't. So it either had to be in both of their names or their names and Shane's. And that's how I had things set up. But Jake was pressuring me to put everything in his name, but he was starting to do things to make it so he was the only one around. And he was literally threatening me, and I mean, I'll never forget waking up and having him stand over me with a pillow in his hands. I mean, that is so vivid. And then he didn't smile, he didn't scowl, he didn't do anything. He just put it down and walked out. But he was standing over me while I was asleep with a pillow in his hands. I mean, no, that's not abuse. He didn't break bones. He didn't make bruises on me. He didn't do that. But it was a total threat the entire time.
And you told Stephanie about that?
I told Steph that he was wanting the ranch really badly and that I think I had things lined up. And that his dad had been filling him full of crap about, well, when you get the ranch, you're set for life. All you do is sell it off and you go live the rest of your life happily ever after. And Jake was starting to sell off my stuff behind my back and Rudy's stuff behind my back to get money for stuff. And it's like there used to be 9 30-30s. There's not 9 30-30s now, by a long shot. And I didn't sell any of them.
Deb, did Steph, even unintentionally, did Stephanie put the idea of shooting Jacob in your head? Did she make a comment to you? Maybe we should just shoot the son of a or something like that? Is that how it got in your head?
Could be.
Could be, or it
Yeah,
was?
could be, because, see, at that time I was still under pain meds and everything. And the whole thing is really fuzzy. For a while there, things were a little bit fuzzy because I was having digestive problems and surgery problems and going back to work and all of that, and trying to keep the ranch afloat, and having Jake sweep me off my feet and ease me down on the floor and things. He never violently threw me to the floor, but I was on the floor with him on top of me.
Oh,
Jack, what are you doing?
close it off.
Oh. But she could have said something, but it went like this. Most of what she says goes like this. But she and Dave weren't even in town right the day that I did it. And I knew I had to move the body and get it out of sight before they got back. And that's what I did.
And where were they supposedly on the day you did it?
I don't remember. It was either down at their dad's or in Denver. But I didn't want to do it when they were around. I didn't want them popping up or anything. And they were still living in town.
Okay, there's no way you drug that body through the house. We've showed the photos to a
Oh,
mechanical engineer. We've showed the damage to your house.
I can do it right now. It'd be
No,
slow.
I'm not
but
saying
I
that
could do it.
it couldn't have been done. I'm saying you didn't do it that way because there's not any damage consistent with the back door, the other door that's consistent with pulling a 170-pound body through the house
I
and
could
the
do it
tension it
today.
would create. Yeah,
I could do it today.
but you're not
Pull
going
it clear through.
Right, but you didn't do it back then because there's no damage for it. That's what
I
I'm
didn't.
saying.
I made sure I didn't damage things. I had
There's no
towels
way
and
that
stuff.
big body made those curves
Yeah.
in that thing to get out that back door.
I easily did that.
But you would do it. You would say this just to protect
No,
Deb.
no,
I
No.
mean Steph. You're
No.
going to protect her, right?
no,
To the end.
no. I did it, and it'd take me a load lot longer today, and I'd have to get the thing fixed, but I could take a 200-pound body today and drag it down and do it slower and weaker and a lot longer to do it. But I could do it today and still do no damage. I could,
Well, Steph knows something because she's failed miserably, right?
yeah.
And she's lied to us over and over and over again.
She suspected a lot. She never expected her brother to be gone this long. She figured he'd be showing up and they'd be having a battle. And she knew with him gone this long that something had gone on.
Did she know the days leading up to it, like he said? Was there some kind of conversation where she should have known that was what you were going to do?
She knew I was coming to the end of my rope and I was trying to get him to leave.
And did she suggest the only way for him to leave is dead?
She may have said that. She may have said that, yes.
Deb, you keep saying she may have. She may have.
We
I
need to-
don't know. I can't remember a specific conversation that it was exactly that.
But what I'm talking is the intent, right?
Yeah,
Was that the intention of her comment? The only way he's going to leave here is dead.
yes. That would have been the intention in a conversation.
Okay. And was that conversation shortly before your gallbladder surgery?
Yes.
So she should have known, could have known that that was your intent.
I don't think she ever knew intent on me on anything in my life.
But she certainly didn't care if you did it, right?
No, she didn't care. There was no love lost between them. He hated her, she hated him.
And she wouldn't have stopped you.
Probably not. Not unless she thought she'd get in trouble too. And then she would have done something. The only time that she would have done something is if she would have been involved in somehow.
She wouldn't have done it in your defense?
No.
In defense of you losing the ranch or
No.
him getting the ranch?
No. She can't kill.
You say that, but she was dancing around the question when I asked her about holding your gun.
Oh, she loves guns. She just can't make anything die with them.
Well, when you're a couple of feet away from someone's head, I think that's pretty easy for anybody to do, right?
Under the right provocation, yes.
All right. But her provocation is she hates him.
But by that time, I was in fear of my life and Alan's life.
Right.
I figured that.
And so did she pull the trigger to save you? Because she's really freaking out about the DNA on the gun.
Oh, I'd let her handle it.
She said she didn't handle it.
She said she didn't handle it.
She did a while back. I used it, but she has handled it several times. That's the weapon she wanted out of my weapons.
Out of your collection?
Uh-huh.
The Ladysmith?
Uh-huh. And I've let her handle it several times. And she's also handled the case. But I'm the one who did it, and she may wish I'm dead, but I'm the one who did it. And it was all me, and I did it because I was afraid for everyone.
So the only reason that she keeps failing is because she encouraged you?
Probably, yes. I don't know how all that works, but I know that she's now feeling guilty that she wasn't able to protect me, or that, I felt I had to hide this from her too.
If the two of you felt this danger, why didn't one of the two of you simply call the police?
Because it doesn't do a damn bit of good. I'm sorry.
That's okay. Please go ahead.
It doesn't do a damn bit of good. People die all the time, and the only time you can do anything is after they're already dead. And that's what I was afraid of. I was afraid that Jake would have done something, and then you would be guessing and that, because he had his dirt bikes and stuff and could have disposed of my body on one of my times off, and you guys would have never found me. And, she ran off with the milkman or whatever. And then he would have said, and I'm the one who's been taking care of the place and everything. I get the major portion of it or whatever, no matter what the deeds say and will say.
Steph said something about a fake deed for the ranch in the glove box of the car at one point. What's that about?
It was something I was trying to do to placate him, to get him to ease off on the threats and everything, and maybe give me some time to figure out how to get him out of here. Because I couldn't get him to leave. I could not get Jake to leave, go get a job, anything else. Threatening not to feed him, no money to him, then he starts selling guns, and all the rest of that. Nothing was making him leave. He moved into the lodge when I told him I didn't want him moving into the lodge. I wanted him either upstairs or in the camper there. He moved into the lodge and had himself set up upstairs in the lodge, growing pot in the spare bathroom and growing magic mushrooms upstairs. And I told him I didn't want that stuff around here. And he ignored me on that. And it's like I couldn't get him or make him do anything.
So how did you think that the fake warranty would make him leave?
I typed it up. I had it, got a couple of rubber stamps, pretended that I had taken it in to be registered, and then gave him a copy of it.
Okay.
And he eased off on me for a couple of weeks.
And then did he confront you about that?
No.
Once he figured out it was fake?
No, he never figured out it was fake. No, he just said, I need the rest of the place put into my name, and you need to start signing all the titles of the vehicles over to me, and that sort of thing.
And did you tell Steph about the things he was demanding of you?
I just told her that he thought he deserved the whole ranch, and that he didn't, and that, he was becoming more aggressive.
Deb, what about the fake warranty deeds to Shane Rudabaugh?
They're not fake. They were real. I just didn't fill them out right.
So is that your intent then?
No, I got a hold of Nancy Essex, and she's fixing them.
But was your intent, because they were written, it seemed like, intending to give Shane the ranch?
That was because I wasn't sure what was going on with Steph, and Shane knew that the ranch was Stefan's.
Oh, you would do it in paper with the understanding that he knew that they should get it anyway?
Yes, and he was fine with it.
You actually told him that that would be the underlying understanding?
Yes, he knew that it was to be Steph's as long as she was here and everything, and that would get it if he was at 30 years old, a mentally capable adult to handle the ranch.
And you felt you could trust Shane?
Yes.
On a verbal agreement?
Yes.
Even though in writing it would technically be his ranch and he could throw everybody off here?
Yeah. Shane is an honorable person. A very honorable person.
Did you file a will after that, giving the ranch, or keeping Shane completely out of it after that?
No. The will gives it to Shane and Stephanie. The one that Nancy's making up and doing and filing and everything. And Shane is fine with it coming back to me and her redoing it so that it's better. I was doing it because I was feeling really bad for a few days. My tamoxifen was not doing much, and the Percocets weren't doing anything.
How did your July 27th appointment go?
Ooh, my numbers are slightly down.
So that's good, right?
Yeah. Slightly down.
So what's your prognosis?
Death.
And have they given you a time frame?
My doctor's being wishy-washy. I was going to see about going to Denver or...
See a specialist?
Yeah. To get an actual timeline. Because he's kind of like, it might work for 5 years. Maybe. And I say, well, what have I got? Am I just going to continue to get weaker?
And it's all just taking that medication you just mentioned, the tamoxifen? That's the whole treatment?
At the moment, yeah. It's the only thing they feel that will work through them. But there's a new trial treatment thing that they're doing in Denver that I've heard about that may or may not, with all the damn tests and everything. But I just found out about that this week. But there's a new trial in, actually Aurora, but in Denver, where there's seeing some good progress. They've taken some people that have only had a year or 18 months to live and they're already on their 3rd year with this new treatment shit. But the doctor I've got through the oncology in Montrose isn't even giving me any numbers, it's like it's a hidden thing to me from them, and I don't like that. I want, you got 5 years to live, you got 2 years to live, do it.
Something more definitive of what your condition is. So are you afraid of Steph at this point?
No.
Because obviously the two of you are kind of
At loggerheads, yes.
implicating one another.
Yeah.
So, as being the mastermind of this. Would you say it was a joint decision?
No. She never made a decision like that. Never.
But she didn't stop you.
No. But she didn't know she had to be around to stop me at that point. It was just waking up and being afraid that Jake was going to be in the room and not wanting to spend the rest of my life not sleeping or anything else because I didn't know what he would be doing next.
I understand that, but you don't feel that a restraining order keeping him off the
That's
property?
a piece of paper. My ex could tear up that piece of paper, and he came on the property even after that, and I threw him off.
But if he came on the property, you call the police, and
it would take 20 minutes for them to get here.
Right.
And anything in the world could happen in those 20 minutes, including him disappearing again. A restraining order is a piece of paper that is totally worthless.
So you and Steph decided that in order to avoid getting a restraining order because you didn't think that would work, the solution to the problem was simply kill your son, huh?
No. Steph didn't have a thing to do with the decision.
Well,
I knew.
She's got some involvement because she is not doing well on anything she does for us.
She
has some guilty something.
She's got a guilty conscience because she thinks she should have spotted all of this ahead of time and figured out something else to do.
Well, I think... I think so too. I think, you may not have a lot of faith in law enforcement, but...
I'm sorry, but I don't. I mean, my cousin was killed by cops in Detroit. He was tasered to death. They didn't even try to revive him with the heart attack caused by the taser. I trust a few officers, but I have no faith in law enforcement whatsoever. I mean, they take innocent people and make them guilty, and guilty people and make them innocent, and all kinds of things. And I didn't want to be dead. I really didn't want to be dead. And that's all I could see for my future, if Jake was around, was dead. And there was no way to stop him, no way to kick him out. I mean, I tried to figure out how to do an eviction notice to evict him, and couldn't figure out exactly how to do that.
Okay, but let me stop you there. So you're trying to figure out some kind of an eviction notice to evict him off the property, correct?
Yeah, but I knew that it would not stop him.
Okay, the eviction notice may not, but a restraining order is a lot better than an eviction notice, don't you agree?
No.
No, why not?
No, it's a piece of paper
that just says, notice.
Yeah, that just says, well, I wanted him to know I was serious about him leaving. He didn't seem to think I was serious about him leaving. An eviction notice would have said, I'm serious, I want you to leave. He would not have left, but the restraining order is nothing. It's worthless.
Well, now, Deb, I disagree with you totally. I have a lot of faith in the Sheriff's Department here and local law enforcement. And if local law enforcement and the courts felt that you were in danger from your son or anyone else,
But
they
how
would
do I
take the
prove I'm in danger? How do I prove?
by telling the same story that you've told us. You go to
It
before a
He would
judge.
just deny it.
Well, he may deny it, but that doesn't mean that a judge wouldn't issue a restraining order.
But I don't believe restraining orders do anything.
But you didn't try.
No, but I seriously do not think a restraining order is any more than a piece of paper to shoot through. I mean, that's what I figured would happen. He'd come in, kill me, dispose of my body, and then you'd have to have proved that he came onto the property.
So you choose to act before he acted.
Yes.
But you made this choice after you and Stephanie had these discussions that
No.
the best way to solve this problem is that if he was
We
dead.
never discussed it.
Well, you said a few minutes ago that you did, that
I
conversation.
So you're saying they're comments.
They're
not
comments.
discussions.
They're not discussions. They were just comments after he was screaming at me one day when she was saddling horses and something. They were just comments. There were no discussions. Discussions means heavy-duty meshing of minds. There was none of that.
As much as you meshed is you saying I should just kill him one day. Kill him. I may shoot that fucker. Right? Something to that effect. And her saying that's the only way he's going to leave here. That's the only way you can get rid of him, basically. She's agreeing with that concept, right?
Yeah. But I never came out and said I should shoot him. That's
right. That's more of a
I'm
discussion. You're saying that's a discussion.
Right. I'm saying I don't think he'll ever leave here voluntarily. He will not leave here if we try to evict him. I'm saying that, not shoot.
Right. And she's saying what?
She's saying something along the lines of, well, he'll probably have to be dead before he'll leave. Not shoot. There was no discussion of how. I mean, my druthers would have been poison or something instead of shooting, but I'm not don't know where there's any oriander, and that sort of thing. And that would have taken a lot more research and stuff than the waking up and going, I can't live like this anymore. I can't live without sleeping. I can't live with knowing that if I wake up, he's going to be standing over me with a pillow. I don't want to pass out again because he's sitting on me.
Did Steph know that you killed him prior to her running into the house, prior to Dave happening upon it?
No. She didn't know. She may have suspected, but she did not know.
When she ran into the house that day to call you, it wasn't, they found it?
No.
But she knew what they found, right?
She knew that it was a carcass. She did not know that it was human. She suspected it was human.
But she kept telling you to move it, right?
Yeah.
So she knew it was Jake.
She probably suspected it was Jake. I told her it was an illegally taken bear.
So why is she freaking out about all the physical evidence stuff? The DNA on the gun, the hair, and the prints on the tape?
Because she probably handled the tape.
Well, she couldn't have handled the parts of the tape that were tested unless she had unrolled all of that tape and then re-rolled it.
Well, I don't know, because I just used the tape that was in the lodge.
See, because it's that point that set her over the edge. When I told her we have the hair and prints on the duct tape. So if the two of you, and I told her, her helping you the day after is no different than her finding it a year and a half later. It's after the fact, right?
She never, ever handled his remains, to my knowledge, unless she did it after it was over there. I did all of it. I got him out through the house. No matter whether you think I could or not, I could still do it today. And I'm the one who buried him initially. And then I dug 90% of the hole. And I asked Dave to make it a little deeper because I had gotten really exhausted running the backhoe. He didn't know what it was for except that I said there were bear remains. But she could have had hair and stuff on the tarp. I mean, the tarps are in that building right there. It's all plastic and tarps in the old house over there.
It's the duct tape.
Duct tape is in the house or in the thing. It would have been in the house.
Right, but she wouldn't have touched it and re-rolled it back up and then you use it.
But I don't know why her fingerprints would be on the tape, because she had absolutely nothing to do with moving the body at all, ever. I wanted to make sure it was gone and buried. It wasn't buried where I wanted it. It was a temporary thing, hoping I would feel better and be able to move it to someplace far, far away. But I never got to feeling better.
So you've kind of always known since the first time we talked that the whole story of you moving that big body by yourself has been the sticking point, right?
Yeah, but
right?
I could...
And we wanted to clear her, right? We specifically asked her questions.
I can do it right now.
But we specifically asked her questions that should clear, right?
Okay.
Did you shoot him? That was what we asked her. Did you shoot him? And did you move his body from the house to the corral? If she had nothing to do with that, there's no reason she shouldn't have passed.
She couldn't pass a lie detector test with her name most of the time.
Well, but see, she did do that. She did pass the lie detector test with her name. She also passed the lie detector test with what's the correct month, what's the correct date. All the honest answers she passed.
She's holding back on the crime, that actual event, right? That thing that happened.
But she had nothing to do with the moving of the body or the burying of the body.
Okay, all right.
It.
She didn't do it,
but
she knew you were doing it. How's that?
She knew that I was coming to the end of my rope, but she was not even here when I did it. I needed to get it all done and moved and everything before she came back and had rides and stuff. I did not involve her. She did not have anything to do with the shooting. She did not have anything to do with the moving of the body out to the corral. She did not move the body, I did, into the hole. But I suspect that she suspected who and what it was when they found it.
Yet she didn't come right out and ask you?
No. And I didn't volunteer.
See, I suspect she knew what happened when Jake wasn't around anymore.
Yeah. Jake wasn't around anymore. But Jake had also been known, even though his friends are going to lie and say, oh, he didn't do drugs. Right. Those mushroom things were for the hell of it. No, he was liable to do anything. I would wake up and there'd be things to do around here. He'd say, fuck, and hop on his dirt bike and take off. I'd have no idea when he was going to be back and everything else. And, do I fix dinner? What do I feed? Are you going to do anything? Type of thing. And
how have things been on the ranch here between you and Steph since July 17th?
Tense.
In what way?
Oh, she says the lodge is haunted and that can't sleep there. She cannot be in the lodge because Jake's spirit is there and she needs to get it exorcised. And she wants an exorcism and New Age cleansing and a shaman in and stuff so that she is able to use the lodge. She has not hardly been in the lodge except to get a few things and has been living either in the cabins or in the trailers since.
So if you knew that she wasn't involved in any of this, then why did you go to the great efforts to try and protect the ranch by doing the deed stuff?
Because I had several people hysterically calling me to say, you're going to lose the ranch. You're going to have it taken by the county because of, you killing Jake. The state and the county is out to yank your property from you. I thought if I transferred it over into Shane's name that I might be able to avoid that. And
Yeah, but what does that have to do with Steph, though? You could have just left it to her. You could have signed it over to her.
Because they were saying she might get arrested even though she's innocent because of involvement.
Well, she's definitely involved, right? She covered up a dead body. That's at the very least, right?
She suspected but did not know.
She told us they knew. They all three told us they knew.
They all three knew.
Yeah, they all said you guys kept using words like it and bear and that, but they all knew it was him. That you were all playing this game of not saying the word.
Denial.
Right, not saying the word. Right. They all knew, though.
And see, Deb, that's what's hurting everybody in this picture is denial.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Well, that's why when you guys came out, I said, hey, I'm the one who did it. I'm willing, as my uncle put it, you don't get arrested for doing the deed, you get arrested for being caught. So I figured I was caught, so I might as well admit to what I did.
And that's good.
That's good. But when we hear the elaborate story of...
Yeah, well, I'm not going to tell my daughter, hey, I shot my son. I'm just not going to put it like that to her.
Right. How would you put it?
I just kept avoiding it. It was far easier if she wasn't asking questions, and she wasn't.
Because she kind of knew.
Because she knew. That's why she didn't ask any questions.
It's that kind of deep down knowing that you're talking about.
Uh-huh. That easily could be.
Because of whatever conversation you had right before, whatever that last conversation you were telling us about before the gallbladder where he was pissed and yelling at you.
Yeah, well, he didn't visit me in the hospital. He didn't take me to the hospital. It was all Steph. He knew that I had a herniated gallbladder and they had to operate. But he could care less. She's the one who took me to the hospital, who sat there with me, who brought me home, and all of that, and checked on me and everything, made sure I was set before she took off for a couple of days, and that, and Jake just kept leaving and basically saying, piss on you.
When you had the surgery, how long were you kind of laid up mending from the surgery?
Quite a while.
A few days,
What
weeks?
couldn't you do after the surgery?
I couldn't fully work. I had to be on light duty, and that's when I started cutting back to only 3 days a week.
What couldn't you do physically here at the house?
Buck bales.
Short of that, could you feed the animals?
As long as I did it slowly and I couldn't feed the cattle or anything. I could give grain to the horses, and I could open a hi, Steph. I could open a bale and toss flakes out, but there's no way I could move a bale. I was restricted to 8 pounds, a gallon of milk, type of thing for lifting and stuff like that.
So how long was the, you delayed from like doing the feeding, lifting just, where you couldn't lift a bale or you had to do the flakes of hay?
3 months.
3 months? Okay. So, because I'm guessing the gallbladder surgery was serious. And
actually, I
quite
never
painful.
totally recovered from it. I still have the problems of the diarrhea and stuff.
No, I'm just curious as to how long that would, and maybe you haven't fully recovered from that.
I haven't, because after that I started going into the collapsed lung, and I did not know I had cancer, but I obviously did. The only reason they found out about the collapsed lung and the cancer is because I went in because my arm started swelling up.
Okay.
And I wanted to know why my arm was swelling up, so they took me in and x-rayed me, and that's when they said, when did you have the lung removed? And I'm going, I've never had a lung removed. And then they take fluid off my chest area and tell me, you got stage 4 cancer. And the reason you're so weak and can't walk is because you've got stage 4 cancer.
So following that gallbladder surgery, you needed someone here to help you feed and move things around and lift the hay and whatnot for a couple of months, I guess.
Yeah. And Jake was only here for a short while afterwards. Then he disappeared. And I told Steph I needed help out here. And eventually she moved out.
But when you say he disappeared,
it's when I killed him.
Right, but you weren't even able to take care of your animals, but you want everyone to believe that you got a 170-pound, 6-foot guy.
I didn't say it didn't come at a cost. I split stitches. I started bleeding from the different...
You didn't split stitches. I've talked to your doctor.
I didn't? Are you sure? Because it sure felt like it. Something went pop.
Because I asked her that specific question. Because you saw your doctor, you had your gallbladder surgery before you killed Jake. You saw your doctor after.
Yeah. Don't even remember how long after.
And so one of the specific questions was, did it look like she had overexerted herself?
I didn't do a lot, but I popped something. I was oozing out of a couple of my holes, but it wasn't anything to go in about. I mean, and I'm used to living with pain, and I totally moved the body by myself, and I can still do it, although I'm a shitload lot weaker than I was then. And I'm really a shit lot weaker, but I could still take any of you and get you onto a plastic sheet.
I'm about the size of your son in weight and height. So how long would it take you to move me?
Okay, it took me basically 3 days to move Jake. Totally.
Yeah, but...
Now, do you remember what day or night it was that you shot him?
I've actually blanked that out. I do not know exact day.
Okay.
It was after the 15th, but before the end of the month. And I think I had the surgery on the 7th. I'm not positive. See, I don't even know what day I had surgery, but I know it was after the 15th, and definitely long before the end of the month.
So why are you certain about after the 15th? Why does that date stick out at you?
Had something to do with work, and I can't even remember what. It was a date that stuck in my mind because I had come home exhausted. Totally exhausted. And wanted Jake to do something. And he more or less said, yeah, went and did half of it and went into town.
And then it was when he got back that you
I'm
shot
not
him?
sure it was that day or the day after that.
Do you recall if you went into work the night after you shot him? Were you working during
No,
the
I
period?
did not go into work the day after. I actually sat for a hell of a long time trying to decide whether to call or not before I did anything with the body. I really spent several hours thinking about it.
Why didn't you call Deb?
I really didn't, trust law enforcement enough to think that they would believe me, and I needed to make sure that Steph was back to take care of the animals, and she wasn't back yet. And I knew the longer I waited to call, the worse it was. And I knew I needed, if I didn't do it right away, that it would look even worse, and that I would have to do something with the remains. And it took me a while to figure it out, but I really spent several hours sitting in the chair in there after doing it to try to decide what exactly I was going to do. And I did not have Steph here to take care of everything if I was hauled off. And it just, okay, if I don't call now, I had better do something with the remains. And then I went up there, tried to move him, and I'm going, rigor set in. Okay, this is going to take a while. I need to plan this out on how I'm going to move this.
Did you just shove him off the banister there? Does he fit through the holes?
No, he went down head first, very quickly, down the stairs. A lot more quickly than what I expected. I hadn't fully figured on the mass and what tilt, or I would have gone up and secured him and let him down from the top instead of down from the bottom. And once he was on the landing, I decided I'd better get it the rest of the way out of the house.
It would have been easier to go out that big door.
Yeah, but it's right there on the road, and there's enough traffic at certain times of the year and day, and there'd be real wonder of wonders of people stopping in of, why have you got a backhoe at the lodge door in the middle of the night? And I really didn't want to explain to the neighbors why I was moving.
I think there's the furniture.
Right. A dead body wrapped up in a tarp looks like furniture. No. And anyway, the neighbors are nosy enough, they would have wanted to help.
And so, at the landing, to get out the back door, how many days did that take you, or did you do it in one day?
Actually, 2.
So at some point he's just laying on the lodge floor or in the hallway or something?
He was in between the lodge and the house at one point. Well, okay, it ended up being 2 days, but since I wasn't sleeping, it was within a 24-hour period. But I hung a curtain so that if anybody looked in the lodge windows trying to find Jake, one of his pals or that, and I did my best to secure with a board the lodge door, because his friends had a habit of dropping in to receive goods, which I told him I did not want here. I cannot afford the electricity. I don't want you to use my name and my credit card to buy spores for your magic mushrooms.
So, how did you hook onto the body to move it?
Rope.
And describe that to me. How did you put the rope where?
He was more or less on his side. I had it around his shoulders. I had another half hitch and knot in the middle, and one further down around his butt.
Okay, now you said under his shoulders. Are you talking about a rope literally under his shoulders or wrapped around
Wrapped
his shoulders?
around below shoulder height.
Okay.
At mid-arm.
Okay.
Then another one about waist and another one about there. And everything was taped up. And
okay, hold on a minute. So you put the rope around his shoulders, around his waist, and then you wrap him up in the plastic?
No.
No. So you've already got him wrapped in the plastic.
Mm-hmm.
Taped.
And taped up.
Mm-hmm.
Then you wrap one strand of rope around the shoulders. Now, is that rope then cut off?
No.
Okay, and does it go down and connect to the centerpiece?
Uh-huh.
Okay, then that goes down.
Actually, I started here.
Okay.
And here and then here, because the knot and everything for attaching hooks to and that was on the rope on the top.
Okay, so when you get this rope around him, and now the rope is just tied to the body, correct?
Very snugly.
Very snugly.
Okay. My husband was an outfitter.
Okay.
We lashed things a lot.
Okay.
I know how to lash things so they don't come apart whenever you're going 50 miles into the wilderness with pots and pans and all kinds of things on horseback. So I know how to lash something so that it is secure enough to move.
Okay. Now, what part of that did you hook to the upper rope?
Mm-hmm.
You're doing the pulling?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, now is the upper, so all three sections of this rope are connected?
Yeah.
So the pull is though on the shoulders, am I correct?
The way that it was on the part that connects.
The center
Yeah,
okay.
so that you've got all of the weight moving and you're not squishing just the top or anything.
Okay. Okay. Now, you've got the rope, you've got him towed and pulled.
Mm-hmm.
You get him into the front end loader, is that correct? Okay. And you leave the rope tied around him?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And he's taken out to the manure pile
Mm-hmm.
and deposited there.
And then I took some of the plastic and some of the ropes and stuff off.
Why'd you take some of the plastic off?
Because he would not decompose as fast. And I needed him to decompose enough so that I could move him again.
So how did you take some of the plastic off? Describe that.
When I got the area ready, I positioned the backhoe bucket over the area where he was going to go into. I got into the backhoe bucket, grabbed a hold of some of the plastic and that unwrapped it, got the plastic and stuff, a hold of it, and started pulling it off. But the body tilted and went into the area before I got all of the plastic off. So I took the plastic and went and burnt it that I got off and just buried the other part because I did not feel like fighting with the body at that point. I did not have enough strength and stuff after spending that much time moving it that far to remove the rest of the plastic.
Okay, now are you talking about when you put it in the manure pile?
Uh-huh.
Okay. But there it still had
Some
of the plastic on it and the rope, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Was flesh exposed?
No. Well, yes.
You got enough plastic off that some of his flesh was showing?
Yes. Especially around his legs. Because I knew that where I was putting him was anaerobic bacteria and it would take longer to decompose, and that as much as I could get the plastic off would help that process to be able to make it to a point where I could get to body parts to remove them eventually. And I hadn't quite decided exactly how I was doing that because I kept thinking about dumpsters and Grand Junction and federal lands and different places where it could go. But I also did not need any little kids coming across body parts and stuff. And I knew where the medical waste was going, and I knew I could get a hold of some of the hazmat things, but I wasn't sure. I was trying to find out whether they counted those bags or not, and stuff like that.
Okay, so your plan eventually was to remove various parts of the body and deposit them someplace other than here on
because
the ranch.
I did not feel I could move the entire body again.
And how long after killing Jake was it that you were not able to?
I was still feeling the effects of everything,
Okay.
of the gallbladder surgery. And then Steph got back and I got her coming out here to help out.
How long was it before Steph came back from wherever she was and came back here?
She was only gone 3 or 4 days.
3 or 4 days. Okay.
And that may have been to go visit Dad?
Yeah, may have been. It is still a blur during that time. It really is. And I kept thinking about what to do with the weapon. And I'm going, well, Lake Powell, well, we got Blue Mesa here. How deep is it at the dam type of thing and stuff like that, trying to decide what I was going to do with the weapon.
But never came up with a decision on that.
No. I put it obviously under my bed and never got down enough to dig it out to take it. But Steph handled the weapon and that sort of thing. She always wanted it. She's handled the weapon multiple times.
But not in the last 2 years, though, right? Because you didn't even know where it was.
Well, I knew where it was for a while.
And so for a while, did she handle it?
I think, okay, I don't remember positively, but I think she wanted to go with the boys over and plink and ask me if she could use it. And if she had asked, I would have let her use it. But we're always plinking over at the gravel pit. Okay, not lately, I haven't. Actually, I haven't handled a weapon.
What's up, man?
Steph's not doing good.
What do you mean?
When I talked to her on the phone, she said she threatened to jump in front of a truck. Dave picked her up. She just climbed a rock. She just updated her Facebook status as goodbye.
Okay. $105. I'll be at the Rudabaugh Ranch. One possibly suicidal female. Go ahead and send me back up and get EMS en route.
Copy. 107, 108.
108, bro.
$105.
108 is, 107, are you on?
107, I am. My radio is turned off. Can you send that?
105 is requesting backup at the Rudabaugh Ranch, suicidal female.
I'll be en route from mile 1 north.
Copy, 1821.
105.
Go ahead.
Just be advised, I'll be away from my radio for a little bit. The subject will be in the rocks up behind the main house.
Copy, we're sending EMS now, 1821.
Has been using the right part of his face.
105. be advised, CBI is in contact with this subject. She's now sitting down on the ground. It appears she is out of danger at this time, so everybody can slow their response.
Copy, CBI is in contact. She is not a danger as of now. She is sitting on the ground. 1823.
Come out, and maybe can we take her to someone that she can sit down as someone that's independent of what we're doing, that she can talk with? And
yes, absolutely. Actually, I've got officers en route, and I've got excuse me, I've got an ambulance en route as well.
I don't need an ambulance.
Okay, I didn't know that at the time, though. Okay.
Really just wanted to be alone.
I understand. So, Steph, what we'll do, we'll have one of the other officers that's not involved in this in any way. He'll come out, he'll give you a ride into town so you can talk to somebody, okay?
Why don't you come over and let's sit on the porch and leave you alone.
Come on, partner. $105.
105, go ahead.
Okay, go ahead and have EMS stand down. Go ahead and send me one county car to do a transport to the hospital.
Copy that. We can go ahead and stand down EMS, and there will be at least one county car en route to you. 1826.
You guys doing okay, Dave?
Yeah, but I had a heart attack. That's about it.
Tell me what happened. What's going on?
She's freaking the hell out.
Okay, look how.
I called her because I was told that she said she's going to jail when she called her mom. And so I called her, what's going on? And all she kept saying, I'm walking home. I hope a truck hits me. Maybe I'll just jump in front of a truck.
I barely got her in the car from the park. She walked all the way to the freaking park.
Okay. What happened at the park?
She just sat there quiet, just freaked out, honestly.
Freaked out how?
Like just crying and just not knowing what. Basically, it did look like she didn't know what the hell to think.
Okay.
She didn't know what to do. She wanted to sleep in the freaking park.
Okay.
She sent me a Facebook or a message earlier that said, tell everyone there to f*** off.
Okay.
It's here.
And then you said she made some kind of post on her Facebook about telling everybody goodbye or something?
Yeah, I can show you if you want.
Yeah.
said, someone told me, just go check Facebook. Because I seen her start climbing the rock a little bit ago, and I even mentioned it to these guys. I go, let her just go up and cool down for a second. And so I said, go check Facebook.
You want me to come in, or are you bringing it out, or?
Yeah, just what she posted.
What?
Whoops.
Where is it at?
Right here. So she just posted goodbye.
So she posted goodbye and then said...
Well, no, that's all she said, but on the message... I don't know why this... So this was the Facebook message. She just said, tell everyone there to f*** off. And I said, would you like... And this is after I had the phone call. Where she said, I said, would you like Jan to come pick you up? No. And so then I asked Dave where he was. And he said he's trying to get stuff in the car.
Okay.
But then that was when she started walking up the rock.
So right after she posted goodbye is when she started up the rock?
Yeah.
Okay.
And then Dave said when he went over there just now to find her after I saw that post and said she just posted goodbye. Because when she was walking up, she kind of kept looking down at us like seeing if we were noticing.
Okay.
I think she needs to go see a doctor.
Yeah, and she wants to.
And I think she needs to go with. She's a registered nurse.
Okay.
So she'll be able to kind of help.
Well, what Stephanie has requested is that we send one officer out here to give her a ride to the hospital. So that's what we're going to do. Okay. So,
I could take her into the hospital if that would work better.
okay, what she was requesting is somebody that's not involved in any of this.
Yeah, that makes sense.
So we'll just have an officer that's not involved in any of this whatsoever. He's on his way out now, so.
I'm glad.
Yeah.
Thank
she
you.
requested that.
Yeah.
I
so
felt that was something you probably need to know. And
yeah.
I know you don't want me to interrupt, but
No, that's good. I'm glad you did. Thank you.
Yeah, I was hightailing it up the mountain.
Yeah. Good.
He said that. I was like, I don't know, just go.
Yeah.
Tossing a beer bottle behind me.
Okay.
I don't know. I'm freaking out now. We're good though. I'm okay.
Relax. Relax. She's okay now. So we'll get her to town, get her some help. So she had a rough day, so things didn't go great for her. I know she's freaking over that, so.
Thank you.
You bet. So Steph, I went ahead and asked the ambulance just to stand down. They didn't need to come out. I've asked one officer just to come out. It's not involved in any of this. They'll give you a ride into town and.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't get it.
Okay.
Did you come in with Dave when you come in with the car?
It's pretty tinted windows.
Steph, on your Facebook, you posted goodbye.
I was trying to turn off my Facebook. I couldn't do it from up on the rock. I'd rather people not bug me right now.
And what are you connected to here? You have Wi-Fi? Or?
It's in the house, but there's a extender over by Jeremy's cabin.
No.
Really? This is the same thing it did to me up there. Would you be able to have Dave bring me my purse?
Yeah.
It's in the car.
In the car. Hey, Dave. Dave! Can you get her purse out of the car?
Yeah. 1 second.
No. Yeah.
Thanks.
No problem. Do you need anything else?
I don't think so.
Steph, you don't have any kind of weapons or anything. Do you mind if I look real quick? Just glance.
Got a bunch of stuff.
I'm not concerned about stuff. I just don't want you to hurt yourself. Okay. You ready? You know Officer Roberts?
Deputy Roberts.
Hello.
How are you?
I'm okay.
So she wants to go to the hospital.
Okay.
So. Okay.
All right.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Thank you.
Don't say nothing, Steph, okay?
Huh?
Don't say
I know,
anything. It's not worth it.
No, I'm fine.
I'm gonna go ahead and take your purse from you, okay?
Okay.
She's been searched for.
What's that?
Sure.
I glanced inside her purse. So.
You just stand right here for me, okay?
Sure.
And Steph, this is just routine. Okay.
We're gonna have one or what?
What's going on is we were sitting here doing an interview on Deb. Husband and brother-in-law come running up, said, hey, she just posted on Facebook. She just said goodbye to everybody and she's climbing the rocks. So while I'm trying to get people out here, Jack Haynes goes around, he gets her down on the ground. I don't know but what happened in the conversation there. And when she came over, she requested some help.
Okay.
So, yeah, we ain't leaving her here. So let's go ahead and take her to the hospital, let them do their M1 thing, see if they say she's a danger to herself, we'll do that. And if not,
okay.
I guess we'll bring her back. So.
All right. How does that work at the hospital now? We just leave them there?
All we have to, they've been doing is, if they have somebody that can sit on them. But if she's wanting to go, then she wants to go. Because we can't take them to the jail anymore after they're cleared, so they have to transport her from the hospital.
Okay. Then we can get her right back from the hospital. That's no problem. I'm sure family would do that. So.
Yeah. So are we placing her in custody or?
No, let's not do that.
Okay. So we're just gonna take her to the hospital.
Yeah.
Because she's requesting.
Yep.
So basically, we're just giving her
courtesy transport
to the hospital.
Yep. Make sure she gets inside and doctors know what's happened out here. right after her polygraph, we talked to her. She lawyered up. First thing she did was call Mom here and tell her to commit suicide. It's because of you all going to jail. So just kill yourself. So.
Okay.
All right. Let's just get her in there.
Okay. I'll transport her down to the hospital and let them know what's going on and leave her there.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it.
All right. You gonna be out here for a while?
Yeah, I'm doubting we'll be here too much longer, but
okay.
I'll check in with you before.
Yeah, just give me a shout when you leave.
Okay.
Cool.
Sounds good, man.
And you look through all this?
I didn't look through any of that.
I glanced through it. I didn't see anything.
Hold that while you put her down.
Just want to make sure.
So, Steph?
Yeah.
You're not in custody, okay?
I know.
We're giving you what we call just a courtesy transport to the hospital.
Okay.
They do before you can get in the car and for the officer's safety and all that. They will pat you down real quick. But, okay. Hang in there, girl. This is not the end of the world. You know that, hon. Okay. Just relax. Your mom told me about the phone call.
I was mad.
I know. It's not what you want, is it?
No.
Okay. We'll let this officer pat you down real quick.
Okay.
Okay? And then he'll get you right in there.
Okay.
Can I stop by and see you later?
Yeah.
Okay. I'll stop by up there after a while, okay?
Okay.
All right, Stephanie, I'm just going to pat you down for weapons, okay?
Okay.
All right. What's in this back pocket here?
Money, I think.
Okay. Just don't reach for anything.
Okay, sorry.
Separate your feet for me.
1841.
Okay. All right, come around to this side.
Hang in there, okay?
Okay. Thanks.
Let's get the purse.
Stephanie Jackson pleaded guilty to tampering with a deceased human body and was sentenced to 24 years in prison. Her husband, David Jackson, also pleaded guilty to tampering with a deceased human body. He was sentenced to 10 years in prison. Deborah Rudabar pleaded guilty to second-degree murder. She was sentenced to 40 years, but passed away in prison shortly after.